Right, so good morning everybody, and a warm welcome once again for the continuation of this council meeting where we're hearing submissions to Forrester Heights. Apologies for the slight delay in getting started, didn't have microphones activated and so on, so if Roger, you just need to turn your one off at the moment. Yep, so everyone else has got theirs up and running now. Okay, so we're all good to go. We've got a further apology from Councillor Holding for today. He's just got commitments with a funeral, so he won't be sitting in, and we also already had an apology for Councillor Halaleli. So just note that those changes there. Right, so sorry, I'm just need to get onto the right page. So we're on submission number 30. On so going to attachment 2. Page 105. And we just wait for our first submitter to come in. Councillor Kingan's offered to sing a song, keep us amused while we wait. So do we have any requests?
Yes, Bluebird's over the wait list at Dover, Councillor King.
I was thinking more like something like Under Pressure. Right, good morning, Sophia. Just take a seat there. So welcome along. Thank you very much for coming in. Yeah, if you just turn your microphone on, I'm not sure if that one's been activated. You're good to go. So just take it away when you're ready.
Can I take this off while I speak?
Sure thing.
Kia ora koutou. It's really good to see all of you this morning to hear about this important matter. I know you're going to hear lots of ecologist perspectives today, so I'd like to take us right back to a korero that a few of you heard Justin Tipper share at the Scottish Hall recently, which is the history of Makoto from the perspective of local law. And the story goes that many years before there were even humans living here in Aotearoa, there was a waka atua that traveled down the coast of Otago. And the waka atua, this canoe of gods, was called Arai Te Uru. And as Arai Te Uru traveled down the coast, past Kaikoura, past Timaru, he got to Matakaya, where Shag Point is today, and there was a big crash. The canoe spilled overboard, and we know the Moiraki boulders represent the kumara that came from that waka atua. But there was also a crew of gods on that waka atua. And the captain of that waka told his crew, you have until sunrise to go and explore the hinterlands and come back before dawn, because in a crash situation, proper karakia can't be told. So he knew that to follow tikanga, everybody had to be back by dawn. So all the crew members went and explored the hinterlands. They got as far north as Kaikoura and as far south as the Otago Peninsula. And a lot of these ancestors who came didn't make it back before dawn, and so they were frozen there to this day as our ancestors looking over us. And Mako Tukutuku, our Cape One Brow, is one of those ancestors from Arai Te Uru. And this entire coastline of Otago is called Te Tai or Arai Te Uru, the coastline of that waka atua, to remind us that our ancestors are looking over us. And in a way, we're also looking over our future ancestors, because I know as councillors, lots of you have children and grandchildren. So I'm here to remind us of what I've been told by Indigenous elders in Canada and also in Australia, and that is the concept of 7-generation thinking. And 7-generation thinking is the concept that we're not thinking about our actions having consequences that are going to benefit just us or our children, but that every action we take affects the great-grandchildren of our grandchildren, 7 generations forward. So as councillors and the leaders of our community, I implore you all to consider the well-being of everybody, not just now, but 7 generations from now, and what's going to benefit them the most. I think we're all aware that the next crisis facing us after COVID is going to be climate change. And the one tool that we have in mass to help us fight climate change and carbon sequestration is trees. Trees are the ultimate tool for carbon sequestration. And we can use natives to do carbon farming, to sequester our carbon and reverse climate change. The Hinawai Reserve on the Akaroa Peninsula is a great example of this. The charitable trust there that owns a significant tract of land has reforested gorse paddocks into beautiful native stands of beach, and they're financially sustainable because they're using the carbon tax system to pay themselves through native forestry. So from a financial perspective, if it's the cash you're after, we could probably earn more through carbon farming than we can by selling Cape Warnbrow for $1 or $2 million. But I think more important than the financial perspective is our 7 generations perspective, and what legacy are we leaving for the great-grandchildren of our grandchildren. Any questions?
Thanks, Sophia. And, you know, I do like to think we are thinking of the future. And the reality is that, you know, it's we're not after cash, we're after the right result. But if it was to sell, it's really around what can we do with that funding. And the reality is, if we're wanting to deal with climate change, we can actually use that money to do much more around carbon sequestration than what we can just on that piece of land. But if we're also thinking about the 7 generations, we've also got the opportunity to actually do something that hasn't been done for a number of generations, and that's extend the reserves around Oamaru to actually cater for the whole community. So do you see that's a possibility?
Yeah, I'm skeptical about the extending the reserves because I see them being given away constantly. I live right below the retirement village, and that used to be a reserve that was gifted to the observatory village. I was just driving down Harlech Street and I saw one of the very few parks on the north end is now being built on there. And
that's not a park, it was private land always.
Yeah, well, I'm just concerned that our public spaces are diminishing, and we're very lucky to be in one of the least populated areas of the country. So I think it's important that we respect that our forefathers set aside those reserve spaces and use them in perpetuity as places for all of us to enjoy, so that Waitaki can be a good place to live, work and play.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You talk about selling Cape Warnbrow. I mean, I don't want any listeners or anything to think that we are selling Cape Warnbrow. What we're talking about is 2.5 hectares. The next
Forrester Heights section of Cape Warnbrow. Yeah.
But, you know, do you think it's right that actually we say we've got reserves that go just north of Eden Street, and that we shouldn't be looking at trying to actually create more natural reserves further north than that?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. The more green spaces we have, the better. I mean, I think Surveyor Thompson, who laid out the town plan in 1852 or 1853, had a lot of foresight to plan for reserves, and there's no reason why we can't do that as well. Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah. So that's, I guess that's what I'm getting at, is that's what we want to do.
Yeah, I think we should be prioritizing in terms of housing development, creating affordable housing, not creating 12 mini mansions for the mega rich.
Yeah. It's an opinion. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Makoto. Thanks, Sophia. Just picking up on the Mayor's point, and I hadn't thought of this because it was, and I'm entirely right. It was raised yesterday about using the 2.7 hectares as a for carbon sequestration. Now, if it is a climate emergency, and that land could be sold so we could buy more land and plant more trees and sequester more carbon, would that be a better outcome? And given that Cape Wombrau itself was previously in large part used for production forestry, would you support reforesting the Cape with pine for carbon sequestration to combat climate change? So it's an emergency, but not big enough to actually change the Cape, but it is big enough to change Forrester Heights.
You need to turn your mic back on. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, to invest in carbon sequestration, the most ethically responsible way to do it is in native forestry, because pine forestry has a short shelf life, basically. It's not a sustainable solution. But I definitely recommend you visit Hinawai Reserve as an example of changing landscapes. Yeah.
I know the guy who created it.
Okay.
Yeah, Hugh's a legend. And he's happy to share his knowledge.
Okay, time's up, so we've
Yep.
got the next submitter out there, but thank you very much for coming in. I definitely like the idea of the 7th generation thinking and,
Yeah.
you know, and Maori folklore, you know, thinking 500 years and so on. And, you know, that's got to be part of the overall decision as well. And it would be good to have it as a this and this, but sometimes we just have to look at, you know, what do we think's we have to make a choice sometimes, and looking at that. But we appreciate your submission and you coming in and your comments today. It's been good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Councillor's next submission is the next one on the list, is number 31. And we've got George Kelcher, who's representing Road Metals, Kiwi Concrete, and Reservoir Views Company Limited. Ainsley, you'll need to put it down a bit more than that. Okay, so there are a number of different submissions that have been made separately in the non-verbal, so we'll get to those a bit later as well. But welcome, George, and when you're ready to go, just push the button and go for it.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I'm presenting today on behalf of a number of entities: Road Metals, Kiwi Concrete, Guthrie Barron Omro, a couple of private companies, and myself personally. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. You would have already read my prior submission. The future of the Forrester Heights area has been undecided now for a long time. Last time the area was looked at being subdivided for housing, there was considerable interest in purchasing sections, with deposits being paid on many sections, albeit at a nominal amount, until it was discovered that at the time the subdivision could not proceed. Money was spent to rectify what the land could be used for, and it's now decision time as to what happens next. I believe the subdivision should be given the go-ahead under whatever system the council is happy with. This could be by selling the land undeveloped to a suitable developer with some rules around the sale as to timing, number of sections, building heights, etc. Or the council could be a direct partner in developing the subdivision for sale. There'd be some risk in this, and I do not believe that should be part of the council's core business, but it is an option. I do believe that everyone's entitled to have their own opinion and views on any subject, but there's been considerable ongoing opposition to any development on the Forrester Heights area, organised by relatively few in the community. Many of these people are against progress of any kind in the district, as past history shows. The aquatic centre, hospital development, changes in the harbour area, moving the monument in Thames Street, upgrading the Opera House, and on it goes. I believe quite a percentage of the submissions that say they're against the development of Forrester Heights were coerced from people at events like the Sunday markets, where we had a few people in the stall who were always proactively pushing their views onto people passing by and not always telling the whole story when obtaining these submissions. A large percentage of people from within the district that have not submitted are generally too busy running their own household affairs, keeping their jobs or running their businesses, and are concentrating on paying their accounts and staff's wages. They have many things on their agenda and have not had or made the time to submit on this issue. I know a majority of these people that I've spoken to would say, make a decision and get on with the development. Council needs to be looking to the future of Oamaru when making this decision, not trying to stay in the past as some would have it. I believe that this will become a very sought after subdivision from people both locally and from around New Zealand, and will sell at premium prices. The houses that we built will most likely be at the high end value-wise compared to other subdivisions around Oamaru, with the views that will be available. This potentially will provide another level of quality homes in the area and will add to the rating base that will assist the district as a whole. It will also potentially lift the value of all the other properties in the surrounding streets, which will be of benefit to all concerned. In regard to keeping the area as green space being looked after by council, this is a relatively small area compared to Cape Wombat Reserve, 2.5 hectares in Forrester Heights compared to 27 hectares plus for the Cape. That's nearly 70 acres of reserve land in that Cape Wombat area that council are currently responsible for finding the funds required to maintain. I do not believe that adding any more land and further annual costs to keep Forrester Heights in a presentable state should be an option. I think there'd be better places to spend that funding required. If people wish to volunteer their time and efforts in maintaining green space, then I'm sure there'll be plenty of room in the 70 acres that make up the Cape Wombat area. To finish, I want to reiterate, we must be looking forward into the future with this decision to provide extra land for housing, income for all the various companies and businesses that become involved with building infrastructure, employment for local people, further apprenticeship opportunities for our younger generation, and more foot traffic for all our local businesses. Currently, Forrester Heights, in the state that it is, does nothing as a backdrop to the Oamaru Harbour area, and I firmly believe that a modern subdivision with the top of the range housing will have many benefits, including being part of the backdrop for the Oamaru Harbour area into the future. It will also fit in with all the associated houses that are already there, and there's further subdivisions going on above and beyond the Forrester Heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Culture. Right, councillors, any questions? Deputy Mayor Tavendale.
Thank you for your submission, Mr. Culture. Just want to ask, because you mentioned that the ones that have, I guess, submitted against building on Forrester Heights are against progress. I wonder if you're aware of the submission from Business South. Are you still part of that group?
Yes, I am, but I haven't seen the final submission.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn my mic off so you can.
Yes, I am still part of Business South, but I haven't seen their final submission.
I guess I just wanted to raise the fact that the figures from Business South showed that the majority were actually in support of making it a reserve. So I just kind of question your interpretation of those that have put against, because there's also a number of other people that have put that I would strongly say aren't against progress. Just interested in your comments on that.
As I said, everyone's entitled to their personal views, and committees, I guess, should be on one page length. But I have some quite different views on it. I think last time around, before we had so much public interaction, that subdivision would have gone ahead, per se, with very little said about it. There was a lot of interest in the sections, and I think it would have gone ahead at that time. Different time now, different publicity, doesn't always make it right.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, no, thank you very much for coming in. Thanks for taking the time to make the submissions. Okay, our next submission, councillors, is number 32, Malcolm Mackenzie. Just see if he's there. So just go to that one. Good morning, Malcolm. Welcome. Okay, so yeah, just get yourself comfortable there, and when you're ready, just push the button on the microphone and away you go.
Thanks for being here today to hear my submission. As you will have read, I have concerns about this, the way this is done. Question 3 was entirely unnecessary and could confuse the issue if you want an answer. So sorry if I'm criticising, but it's also spending the money, if you were to sell, once again, totally unnecessary, because it says here, sale did go ahead, the community would be consulted on specific options for how the money would be used. And I think the suggestion of having that money going towards the event centre, which I can tell you there's a lot of controversy about that out in the community, concern it's unaffordable. It would be most effective if any money went towards that, I think, for sacrificing that hill. Anyway, on this, which I hope is, I only discovered this more recently, tidying up, I discovered quite a few things. And in that, I spoke on the Cape Wine Barrel Reserve Notice of Motion, also circulated photographs of flooding events, and commented on drainage issues. Well, I don't think there's been any improvement whatsoever there, and that was back in, where is the date? 2010, June 2010. About that time, or preceding that time, we had 2 big flood events in the area. And at least one of those, at one stage before I got there in the afternoon, you couldn't afford without a 4-wheel drive, get through along Test Street going up towards the old Harbour Master's house. By the time I got there in the afternoon, and I'm not sure whether I photographed that day or the next time it happened, you could clearly see where it'd been going across the road. The grey silt was there, it was up the east end. You know, the bits of bank collapse where Forrester Heights would be, and the water down below there, those underrunners was absolutely pouring out of there. It's like a Niagara Falls. And the silt and the water was going across onto the roadway. There seemed to be no concern about cleaning it up in a hurry. And there was nothing in the media about it. There was flooding elsewhere that was in the media, but never anything on that, which I find concerning. I should take this off. Now, as for the land in Test Street ever being developed, in the Tonkin report, there was concerns raised about that, which haven't been addressed. The 2 subsequent reports don't give me any, as a layperson, there's been no reassurance that there's not a significant problem there if any of that land is developed. And one thing they had in that report was that there was no indication of building being put on that Test Street land below Test Street, overlooking the harbour. But there was around about 10 years ago, within, say 10 years ago, and one of these, there was sitting on a report from the property manager about putting community housing on that very same land. Nothing ever got into the paper about it because they probably didn't want us to know about it. But my first view of that land was over 45 years ago when I used to work up at the Hospital Gardens, and we used to go over and look after it. Was Victoria Home then. And the late afternoon, I used to look over there and thought, that'd be a fabulous place to build. Gets the last of the late sun, especially in the winter months, and that fabulous view and that. But looking closer in it, and I thought, well, I'm not even going to walk in there. I can see how unstable that ground is. There's the crumbling remains of some concrete structure. I've never known what it was. And that's before I even realised how much water comes out of the underrunners down below when you get a bit of rain event. I've never dreamt that anybody would ever want to build on such unstable sort of land. And as for Forrester Heights itself, I wouldn't have thought anything would happen there either. So I believe it's time to make a decision to protect that whole area. As I said, 69 houses lost, widely reported in publications on the internet and so forth and that. But no loss of life or serious injury, but nothing about the social effects. And I can remember after Ebbsford, for about the next 10 years or more, if you said I was going to need to buy a property, steer away from Ebbsford. Those poor people that remained they had their property values dropped, they couldn't move on with their lives, they couldn't probably get mortgages very easy to refinance to put another bedroom on or whatever. So it's not just 69 families that were disrupted, lost their homes. So there's probably hundreds of people adversely affected. For now, it should be avoided at all costs. And if you're only going to get 1 or 2 million out of Forrester Heights, it's simply not worth it in money terms even. So I want the council to do their homework, look at what's around, and I think you'll see the similarities of a possible most likely situation eventually. It might not happen for a couple of years, it might happen for 50 years, but ultimately something's going to happen if man keeps interfering with. We've already done enough damage previously to that area. Let's not do any more. Let's protect what's there and enhance it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just got time for probably 1 or 2 brief questions. I did do want to quickly point out, it was 3 geotech reports have been done, and by registered geotech engineers, and they don't agree with you. So, Councillor Hopkins, you have a question?
Thank you, Makoto.
Could you just turn your mic off, Malcolm? Thank you.
Yes, should be off.
Right. Try again now. No, it's worked.
What
Your
else?
mic's along.
Oh,
Thank you. Malcolm, the Abbotsford slip was a result of removing the toe of the hill. And that toe on that hill has been removed since the rail was put in at the time breakwater was established back in the 1800s. There's been no movement, and it's hard to imagine that underrunners would be on that 2.7 hectares and not on land to the west, which is already built on. Indeed, there was erosion and problem with the cutting in Avon Street. I think at the time the same flood you've identified. So this is this anxiety about underrunners and stability warranted in the sense that half the hillside's already been built on, and no particular dramatically adverse consequences occurred over 150 years of settlement and development.
well, yes, in response to that, if you had one of those expensive properties up there, would you be letting people know that you regularly have, in the big rain events, that you have seepage and clay and stuff running through your property or into your property? I don't think so. So that's probably why you may not be aware of it, but I've certainly heard of it. But they certainly don't want to affect their land values and their property values by mentioning such concerns. The other thing is it's the steeper part. If you look back from over where the tea rooms is, the coffee, whatever, if you look from that angle, you can see exactly the problem. But you should look over the whole site and the water's got to go, Mother Nature, the water's got to go somewhere. Its release point is at the bottom of T Street currently. Development in that area could change that and cause issues that are pretty unresolvable. So, and also there's no geotech report being done since the Christchurch earthquakes. And if you've had anything to do with reports, which I have in the past, you can have one expert say this, and you can have another expert saying, and that what they have somewhere in there that to the best of their knowledge or the information available, so they cover themselves. And in my situation, I took photographs, I had evidence that backed up this one, and we won our case. But they were both working off the same property. So your report can, so somebody can say one thing, it seems to be an expert, and somebody else can say something else. There could be something in between.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Time's up. So appreciate you taking the time to put your submission in, and it was some good detail in there. Appreciate that. And thank you for taking the time to come in.
Thank you for hearing me.
Councillors, if we can just whip back to submission number 25. We've got 25, 26 and 27 in the verbals that we haven't addressed, I think. I don't know which one. 210 out of 300 is one of the numbers. So this, the first one, number 25, is from Taro Joy. And I think the address, it's Goodwood Heights, which nothing to do with Forrester Heights, but it's, I believe it's Auckland. Any comments on that one? Okay, we'll go to the next one, which is number 26, Wayne Howard. And that was emailed separately, the more detailed submission. Any comments? Okay. Nothing. Okay, then number 27, Lisa Ann Howard Sullivan.
Again, we don't seem to have the PDF for that.
Okay. Right. Okay, we'll ask for that once Jude comes back in.
Can I just comment that it's been really hard to do this reading when things are separated, and it's really hard to find some of these attachments. I think we could have done better.
Yeah, the problem, yeah, we've asked for handwritten ones to be typed out, and then they get typed out, and then the original, not all of the original is typed out, which is unfortunate, particularly when they get separated out. So yeah, I think we're definitely another learning curve.
There is another issue that I don't know quite how we're going to deal with it, but I noticed that over the weekend and again last night, reading some of the ones I hadn't read to that point and rereading others. On numerous occasions, people are identified as having neutral views when in fact they have not registered any response to lines of questions. In other words, it might say that somebody strongly agrees with keeping it a reserve and they're neutral about selling or leaving it as it is. But when you look at the handwritten form, the only actual tick is on strongly agree, and there's nothing anywhere else. So how we infer that people are neutral when they haven't responded is, I think, slightly problematic too, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. It's again, I think we just need to take what, you know, we're going through, we're reading them all, we need to take our own view on that one, as opposed to something that's been assumed, I think. Do we have the next submission?
Georgie went here, but we've got Molly underneath, so we've got the next three.
So which one?
Molly is next.
Okay.
Is now a non-verbal.
Okay, so we'll go to number 34. Jude, if you could just take note, number 20, submission number 27 was also separated from its actual one. If you could get that.
Submission number 27.
Yeah, if they get that emailed out to councillors. Good, thank you. Okay, so George's submission is number 34, and as with all of the Oamaru Intermediate School ones, another thorough submission. So is there anything that anyone wants to comment on number 34? Councillor Hopkins?
I just love the second sentence. My ideas have reasoning, inclusion, intelligence, and have the power to change the community of our beautiful town known as Oamaru. I mean, it's just wonderful.
It's really like something you would write, Councillor Hopkins.
Exactly, but I'm also thrilled to see these kids engaging in this way. And it's a pity that Georgia isn't here, because I would have liked to have asked her about the idea of solar panels on Forrester Heights, because it is original. And I'm not sure anyone else has come up with that. There have been variations on that theme. Somebody else, I think, mooted wind turbines. But yeah, the originality, passion with which those kids have engaged is just fantastic.
I think we all agree. So you must be Molly. So welcome along. Thank you very much for taking the time to make a submission and for coming in, taking time off studies and so on at school. So we appreciate you coming in and speaking to us on your submission. So when you're ready to go, just push the button on the microphone and go for it. You can take your mask off if you want to. It makes it a bit easier.
Hello everyone, I'm Molly Gardner. I'm from Oamaru Intermediate School, room 14, and I've been living in Oamaru since I was little. I am here to talk to you about why a billboard and a bike track would be a great idea and better for the environment. Building houses over Forrester Heights would ruin the beautiful view of the harbour and the peace it brings with the nature around it. I know having houses there will still bring the same view, well, for the people living in the houses, but there's also McEwen right below that will ruin it for the houses, but not the bike track. See, when I'm biking, I watch the track and where I'm going, not what's happening at McEwen, and I don't think I'm the only person that does that. Now for my next statement. When I think of a billboard, I think of making money, because you pay your money for that billboard to get put up. But then when someone wants to be advertised, you get the money back, therefore creating income. We all know Oamaru isn't a big city like New York, but I believe that a billboard could brighten up the town. Also, you wouldn't just be giving you men and women of the council money, but the owners of takeaway shops, supply shops, and all the many different shops in Oamaru a chance to get more customers, which could lead to more money in the bank. More money can end up making businesses bigger, more successful people, and more people actually having the money to buy a decent house. Therefore, our community benefiting from more money being made. So, by using my idea, you would not just be helping yourselves, but the whole community could benefit from it.
Okay, thank you, Molly. Right, councillors, questions? Councillor Wallstein.
Yes, thank you, Molly, for your submission. Just a question on your billboard you speak of. How large do you think that would be in terms of to be seen from down below? And would that be what could be termed visual pollution rather than a lovely natural landscape? Just a thought.
I haven't really planned on how big it would be, but I guess just so you can sort of see it and stuff, but just like not so like over the house, like the whole town,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Tappendale.
Thank you for this, Molly. It's fantastic. Just a general comment, I guess, around the billboard. No matter the outcome of this process, it's something that's also been raised by the Waitaki District Youth Council, who are keen to see something like that somewhere. So just welcome that if that gets back on their agenda, that perhaps we need to talk to some of the pupils at OAS.
Okay, anyone else? No, well, thank you very much for taking the time to come in. Appreciate it. And next we have Donovan. All right. Yep. I think yeah, Donovan, just take a seat there, and if you just move the base over, and so it's sitting more directly in front. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. We have checked that others can hear it clearly, and the feedback is that it is clear. So anyway, welcome, Donovan, and likewise, thanks for taking the time to come in. So when you're ready, push the button on the microphone.
Morena Waitaki District Council. Geology is an important subject, and I believe that we need to increase the attention on the subject. The study on rocks and minerals is an important area in learning and should be encouraged to fellow students of Oamaru. Actually, no, the whole entire Waitaki District Council. I believe, as I have already stated, that we need to build a geology centre on Forrester Heights. but I think I can try and convince you with even more reasons to back up my belief. Number one, or should I say number 4, of my reasons is that we ought to teach the citizens of Oamaru the true reason why Oamaru even exists, because of the geological format of Oamaru's harbour and the huge quantities of dead animals that have been compressed by the weight on top of these bones. The discovery of limestone, or so-called Oamaru stone, changed the fate of a little settlement at that time. Really, the geology side of Oamaru is the foundations of Oamaru. Secondly, the view straight down in the area in which we are discussing is not exactly what we call pleasing. So in my opinion, turning Forrester Heights into a reserve is not top of my list. And if you were to sell the land, you might only be getting around a few $1 million, not a lot for the essentials of the Waitaki district. If you were to decide to sell the land, then maybe it's a good idea to use the money on repaying debts so we don't have to be paying more in the future. And lastly, we will be getting money for this rather than it just doing nothing useful, because this chunk of land is able to earn a lot if it were to do the right thing. And I believe the right thing is to build a public site such as a geology centre. The reason why we will be in the green is because, as I have just stated, we will actually be getting money. Unlike if there was to be a reserve or doing nothing. But you might be wondering how we are getting money. Simple. Firstly, we could have a mini rock shop on the side of the centre. And secondly, groups could pay to use the centre to host events. And so finally, you get to hopefully hear the last of me ranting on about the Waitaki, about the geology centre. And to be truthful, this whole speech was tiring to make. And so in conclusion, I present to you, Waitaki District Council, a solution on an idea to stop the ongoing talk about what's happening to Forrester Heights. Thank you for your time. Yours sincerely, Donovan.
Thank you very much, Donovan. And I think you've probably educated a few of the councillors along the way. And I hopefully, well, if your speech was tiring, maybe you can just get the rest of the day off school, perhaps. But don't tell Mr. Martin I said that. Anyway, thank you very much for that. Councillors, do you have any questions about Forrester Heights or geology, as it may be? Councillor Hopkins.
Donovan, thank you. I'm curious, when everyone in the class, you and Molly and everyone else were talking about this, how did you discuss it? You've two totally different ideas this morning. So how did the class conversation go?
Well, it wasn't exactly that exciting because they kind of really didn't care about it.
Any other questions? No, you've made your case very well. So thank you very much, Donovan, for taking the time. And yeah, we'll see how we end up and whether we end up with a geology site centre up there as well. Anyway, thank you very much. And thank you also, Molly. So we've got Neve next. So if we just head to the next submission, number 37. And Neve's just going to be brought in a moment.
Don't call the television, you never ask a question if you don't know the answer.
Yeah. Out of the mouths of babes. Right, good morning, Neve. So welcome. So thanks for taking the time to come in and speak to us. When you're ready to go, just push the button on the microphone. Sorry, you can take your mask off if that makes it easier to talk.
Good morning. My name is Neve Gordon. I'm here to share with you why Forrester Heights should be a reserve. I think that Forrester Heights should be a reserve because it is a great place for the community to come and spend valuable family time here. Oamaru is known to be an outdoorsy place where the community can come and experience nature at its finest. Would we be carrying on that spirit if we build houses on Forrester Heights or sell the land to be turned into who knows what? We could do some good for the world or give back to nature if we plant native trees on the land and to attract native birds back to the area. My family and I love to get outside into nature for a nice stroll or a bike ride. We have 2 big dogs that we love to take for walks too. As a family, we love getting outside and being active. Forrester Heights would be a great place for the community and families like us to get outside and be active. We usually ride around the farm, but it's nice to get off the farm and do something different. We love nature, and nature is such a beautiful thing that me and my family love. We would love Forrester Heights to be a place where we can take our dogs and get outside too. If we turn Forrester Heights into a reserve, we could help with the drop in population of native birds in New Zealand. We have 417 native species of birds. 56 of those species are extinct and 23 species are dying out as we speak. These birds do not have anywhere else to go. It is our responsibility to help these birds and give them a safe place to live and flourish. If we plant native trees, we could help them and build them a home. This would benefit the future generations so they can have native birds live to see. Let's plant trees on Forrester Heights. The roots from the trees stabilise the ground and stop erosion. This could stop soil from ending up falling and crumbling onto the road below Forrester Heights. It will not only sustain Forrester Heights, but will benefit nature too. If we build houses on Forrester Heights, we'll be ruining the already amazing view from the lookout point. Are we going to want to look at houses on a cliff for the rest of our lives? I would like to see Forrester Heights be a native reserve for my family and other families to come and experience nature, not only for us, but for the animals too. If we plant trees, it will not only make a home for the animals, but will help the ground be strong and stop erosion. I believe that it would be a waste to sell Forrester Heights for houses to be built on it. In the long term, we could have Forrester Heights for the generations to come instead of somebody building a house on it. Thank you for listening to my point of view. The future is in your hands.
Thank you very much. Some good thoughts in there, and probably just a quick question. That you talk about all the things you like to do, but also we've got the rest of Cape Wombrau. Do you think that's not enough area to do the activities that you're talking about, or because one of the things we want to do is actually keep improving that and getting it more with more native forestry and more wildlife and so forth. It's really important that we do that. But do you use that quite a bit now?
Yeah, our family goes there quite a bit, like once a week probably.
Yeah. But you think you need more area there?
Yeah, I think that it would be great to put walking tracks on it, because Cape Wombrau is isn't it like biking tracks mostly? So we could put walking tracks on it.
It's both. Quite a bit of walking track, but it's certainly got mountain bike tracks in there, and sometimes there'll be a bit of conflict between the two, lots of users. So it's something we're always mindful of. Councillors, any questions from you? No. Thank you very much for your well thought out submission, and great speaking. Thank you. Okay, next have we got James? Is it? Yep. So welcome, James. So microphone's already on, so just start when you want to.
Hello, my name is James Gower, and I like my town. I want to do what is right for Oamaru, which means focusing on the essentials for Forrester Heights. In my opinion, we should sell the land to a local buyer so the money stays in New Zealand and use the funds to benefit the community. If we sold the land, the money can go toward things that are essential to the town, like the Waitaki Event Centre, Or we could increase the size of the aquatic centre, so we could host events around Otago. We don't want to repeat reserve. We already have a huge one. It won't generate any income other than donations, which isn't really a lot. In conclusion, we can sell the land, no more extra reserves, and use the funds to benefit the community. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Councillor Wallstein.
Just turn your thanks, James. Yeah, thank you, James, for your comments. And just a question, on the first page of your submission, you said try to make Forrester Heights a reserve, and you agreed with that. But then you said sell some or all the land, and you strongly agree. So what you're saying is that some of the land should be sold and developed and some land should be kept as a reserve? Is that what you're saying with your comments there?
Yeah. Yeah, that was what I put in my written reserve, but then, yeah, I saw what you were going to do with the land if we sold it. So, yeah, so.
Yeah, bit of both.
Yeah, a bit of both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hopkins. Sorry, if you just turn it off again. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, James. The other thing I noticed in your written submission to us was that you wanted to add on to the aquatic centre by having a giant hydro slide. So have you gone off that idea, or can you sell me that particular sizzle?
I think that might have been a bit much for that, but.
You still like the idea?
I like the idea, but.
Okay. Anyone else? Any questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much, James. Appreciate you taking the time to make the submission and to come in.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Right. We've got Baxter and Indic coming. So we're just going to go straight on to those ones. So next submission is number 39. Just move to that one. So first one, Baxter Honey. There was going to be a gap before them, but we may as well, they're here, so we'll just run through and make sure, then we'll have a bigger gap, hopefully, where we can get onto some of the non-verbals. You've also, number 27, you've been emailed that out, so if you haven't seen that, you have got it. Right, Baxter, good morning. Feel free to take your mask off if you're happy to, and push the button on the mic when you're ready to go.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Baxter Hannah, and I'm here today to tell you why Forrester Heights should be turned into a reserve. What's a council to do? So many futures rely on our councillors deciding what is best for us. I am pleased that they are asking for the community's opinion because this affects all of us. I am here in front of you today to explain why turning Forrester Heights into a reserve is the best option. I have a very active family. I have a very active dog, and I love to be active. If we turn Forrester Heights into a reserve, it might encourage more of the community to get out there and be active. It will be amazing to see people walking, biking, or just enjoying the view of our iconic harbour. So turning Forrester Heights into a reserve will keep it open and to everyone and benefit all of us. Climate change is a big problem facing us today. It is impacting every corner of the world, even us here in little old Oamaru. A reserve at Forrester Heights will have an abundance of native trees and plants, which will help reduce the greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. If we don't make an effort to protect our environment, then future generations will suffer from our neglect. Every little bit helps. The Lookout Point has a great view, and it is a landmark that most tourists and locals like to visit. But the last thing you want to see from Lookout Point is the back of someone's house. It would be a shame to compromise such a great view. In addition to that, the land might be too steep to build on, making the land unstable and unattractive to buyers. So, do you want to take a risk and try and sell 22 pockets of land, or guarantee it to be used by all of the community? Given these points, I hope now that you can see why making Forrester Heights into a reserve is the best option for us, the environment, our fitness, and the community. Also, please think about the fact, does the council want to look after the interests of 22 people or the interests of the whole community?
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Baxter. One of the problems for us to make a decision is that we need to be objective. And sometimes people's arguments are subjective. And I'd like to challenge you. I read here you talk about some rich guy. Well, nowadays, girls can do anything. It might be a rich lady that wants to build a house up there. But the other thing is, rich people might be able to build a big house, but they'll buy more cars. They'll spend more at the supermarket and maybe create jobs for some of us ordinary people who need to make a living. So we need to take the whole picture, not just go, oh, some rich dude's built a bit of a house up there that's an eyesore. What do you think about that?
What I think about that is that they can do that, but it will also be an eyesore to everyone down there. And if people can go up there and like walk and bike and get fit, then they'll be happy and stuff.
Thank you. Anyone else want to take on Baxter? Okay, no, well done, well spoken, and thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission today. Next we have Indig. Yeah, so welcome. So submission number 40. Right, just when you're ready, push the button.
Hello, my name is Indig Jones-Hogan, and I'm here today to share with you why I believe that making Forrester Heights a reserve is not only the better option for the animals, but for the community as well. My family is very sporty. We enjoy immersing ourselves in nature to unwind and spend time with one another. We have 2 dogs that get so excited to come out with us, and it'd be such a shame to have such a place ruined that could be used as a trail that the community could enjoy. As a community, we should be working to preserve places like these and using them to help our already decreasing numbers in native birds. Research has shown that millions of native birds, chicks, and eggs die each year. Though we may not be able to stop it, we could at least try and help slow it down. We could plant native trees that attract these birds and create a safe place for them, just as we have for the little blue penguins. Selling the land will take away from Oamaru's outdoorsy feel. It should be known as a place where we encourage planting native trees and caring for all the animals, not building houses that only the owners can enjoy. Even with all the rules in place, the once incredible view of the harbour will be ruined and we can never take it back. However, if the council decides that selling Forrester Heights is a better option, I wouldn't completely be against it. Only if this money was used for something that could benefit the community and future generations of Oamaru, such as using it for the Waitaki Event Centre and or paying off debt. To sum this up, I firmly believe that making Forrester Heights a reserve is the better option, and it would not only help with the native bird problem, but preserve the homes of the smallest members in the community and make sure that the next generation gets to enjoy this special gem of a town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillors. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Indig. A lot of people have talked about having a reserve for native birds there. I'm just wondering whether you would think that it would be better to have a bigger reserve for birds on the Cape itself, or have only 2.5 hectares right next to a whole lot of houses where people have pets like cats and dogs that could prey on those native birds. Which would be the better place if we were to have a reserve for native birds? Which do you think would be the better place?
I still believe that having it at Forrester Heights would be better, as the Cape, it like has more bikers that could scare away these birds, and we could have like a thing in place to keep all these cats and dogs away.
Just, and also in your written submission, you talked about building a small shop or cafe at the top where people could come and enjoy a nice drink. So would that be part of the reserve?
I've thought more on this idea, and I don't think it would be the best option, as it isn't that logical.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate your time. Councillors, we've got further intermediate school ones, so we're just going to keep carrying on with those until we run out of them. And then we'll go on to some of the non-verbals. We'll hopefully have a reasonable gap to get through more non-verbals at that stage. So next one is should be Saffron, number 41. Right. Okay, good morning. And first up, we've got Saffron, so welcome. It's good to have you here. So just when you're ready, you can take off your mask if it's easier for you to speak, and you just push the button on the microphone when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Saffron and I am here to talk to you about Forrester Heights. I've thought further ahead of what I think we should do. I think since Forrester Heights is north facing, it would be a convenient place to put a solar power station. Since Forrester Heights is also by Cape Warmbrow, which is exposed to high winds, it would be a great place for wind turbines. I believe it would help Oamaru with its fossil fuels and help New Zealand as well. 60% of New Zealand's energy comes from fossil fuels. I think we should rely on a more environmental friendly resources to conduct our energy, such as solar and wind turbines, as I mentioned before. If we were to turn Forrester Heights into a solar power station, then not only would we be helping Oamaru, but we would be helping the world. That would not make a huge difference. It would still be taking a step into a better future, as well as a better world. I think Oamaru is great, but it could be better if it were running off solar. I don't want to live in a world where the weather is chaotic and natural disasters happen regularly. I want to live in a world where global warming and pollution aren't as big as a problem. I want to live in a healthy world. And I'm sure many others share my opinion. Forrester Heights is a prime location for solar and wind. If we were to do that, then we would be living in a better world when we are older. I would greatly appreciate it if you considered my idea for the benefit of the environment and the future. It's your choice. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for submitting, and believe me, we all care about the environment and want to make sure we make the best decision for the environment and the community overall. Councillor Williams, you have a question.
Thank you for that, Saffron. Very thorough. I'm just wondering, we've got some people giving us their point of view that they think we'd ruin the look of the Cape by putting houses on it. How do you think that they would feel if we were talking about covering it in solar panels or wind turbines?
Well, if we put the wind turbines out of the view and we had the building just low enough, then it wouldn't exactly bother the view, would it?
Thank you for that answer. No, you're right.
Councillor Hopkins.
Saffron, thank you. You obviously changed tack because your original submission, you wanted lots of trees planted and like. You talked about 294 million trees being cut down every week, although I'm rather hoping that several million trees will get planted every week as well. But you've obviously shifted away from that to this new position. What's brought the change of heart?
Well, as I said in my speech, I don't want to. Global warming and pollution are becoming worse by the minute, the second, and so on. If we don't act now, then later on, in 20 years, it'll be way too late to act. I want to live in a nice and healthy world.
Quick question. If we were to sell that land, get enough money that we can buy a lot more land and plant a lot more land in trees, would that be a better result for the environment?
I suppose it would be evenly better for the environment, but so long as the environment is being helped, then I don't mind what we do.
Okay. No, thank you for that. Because that's one of the considerations we have is actually how do we look after the environment and potentially achieve some of these other aims as well. So yeah, it's always interesting when we have to try and find that balance. But yeah, appreciate you taking the time to come in and make the submission. It's very good. Okay, next have we got Eve? Yes, right. So good morning, Eve. Welcome along. And yep, feel free to take the mask off if you wish and push the button on the microphone when you're ready to start.
Hi, I'm Eve, and I'm here to talk to you about why I think making Forrester Heights into a reserve is the best option for our town. I have lived here in Oamaru for most of my life. So far, one of my favourite places to go is the Lookout, which happens to be just above Forrester Heights. The Lookout is a popular place throughout the town. It's easy to get to, it has a fantastic view, and is a great place to get some well-earned peace and quiet. I'm concerned about the proposal to build houses on Forrester Heights land. This is because, despite the height limit, the houses will still affect the view. In order to stay healthy, physically and mentally, it is good to have time in nature. This is why having Forrester Heights as a reserve is the healthiest choice for the community. It could expand on the beautiful space we already have and provide people with more space to exercise, walk their dogs, relax, and simply enjoy the view. More people will benefit from making Forrester Heights into a reserve than the few people that would from building houses there. Although selling the land and using the money to improve the town, like building a sports centre for instance, seems like a good idea, not everyone would be able to use a sports centre, whereas all people can still enjoy the view. For our community to benefit the most, Forrester Heights should be kept available to everyone and not just a view.
Thank you very much. Right, questions, Councillor Wallstein.
Yes, thank you, Eve, for your submission. And I note that you very much at one stage you're on a undecided between selling or keeping it as a reserve. You're considering there's pros and cons on both ways. And you say that although I see making Forrester Heights into reserve is the best option, I have a few more concerns about that, including the plenty of reserves now, and they all cost money to maintain. So obviously you were having thoughts both ways, but you say there was mainly the loss of view was swung you towards a reserve. So if that loss of view could somehow be controlled, would you still prefer a reserve if the loss of view wasn't a factor?
Well, another point is that having a reserve there will not only protect the view, but it would also keep the space for wildlife. And so if we built houses there, then wildlife would have less homes.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for taking your time to make the submission and coming in to tell us about it. Appreciate that. Okay, so councillors, we have got a Zoom next to
Yeah, Blake is online.
Okay, so if we can go to number 43 on page 143 of one of the page option. Yes. So let's get through to that. Okay. I'm going to get that. Okay, if yeah, Blake is online, so hopefully you can hear us, and if you unmute yourself, Blake, and hopefully we can hear you. So welcome. Thank you very much for taking the time to make the submission, and just go for it when you're ready.
First of all, I'd just like to say I'm sorry I can't attend in person. I'm isolating with COVID right now. So yeah. And yeah. Dear councillors, my name is Blake Vanderspeck, and I am here to talk to you about what I think we should do with the 2.5 hectare area named Forrester Heights. I live a few minutes away on the same street as Forrester Heights and often walk through it to access Lookout Point. I love going for walks and bike rides on Cape Womble, and as I live so close, I do so quite often. Making Forrester Heights a reserve would create the opportunity to increase the land available for doing so. Planting out the area with native trees and or bushes would make the area so much nicer, and it would even increase the habitat for the numerous kereroo, fantails and tuis that live around there. If we sold Forrester Heights, developers could build so close to Lookout Point that they may block the views. Imagine what that would look like. Big, ugly two-story buildings with huge glass windows ruining the landscape. It would be terrible. People go to Lookout Points to see the views, to look out over the harbour. Why would we ruin that? By developing Forrester Heights, council may not make much profit, because if the council developed it, it would cost a lot to build roads and connect the water and sewer. If someone else bought it to develop, they will still have to provide these services, which will decrease the amount they are willing to pay. And any money the council does earn won't go far to offset the costs of things like the new Waitaki Event Centre being planned in the north end of town. In summary, I think that the Waitaki district should make Forrester Heights into a reserve, because we could increase the habitat for native birds, save the area's iconic views from Lookout Point, and also take the opportunity to expand upon the wonderful walking and biking tracks we already have. Thank you for considering my opinion.
Thank you very much for giving us your opinion. It is appreciated, Blake. So yeah, well done. Councillors, got any questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Thank you, Blake. In your written submission, you say to us, I'm not totally opposed to selling, however, and I think that developing Forrester Heights will be a good way to pay off some of the things we're already doing, such as funding the new event centre. You go on to say, I believe we should not allow building in front of Lookout Point. But we were aware that if there was to be any building, it would be below an imaginary line where Avon Street is now. In other words, it would be between Avon Street and Test Street, not higher up than that. And would that be enough to allay your concerns?
Well, no, I was not aware of that, but yes, that would be enough to, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Probably just a quick question, because one of the things we have to consider, Blake, is the whole district, not just Oamaru. For example, there's no forestry areas that we have around, say, Kakanui, and nowhere that we've developed, certainly for the kereroo and the fantails and so forth. Do you think we should be looking at where we have reserves and where we're actually providing some of those opportunities for locals around the whole district?
Well, yes, I suppose so. And we do already have Cape Womble there, and it would be good to have reserves in other places for the native birds and stuff too. But I still think it'll be a great opportunity to do something there. Yeah,
no, absolutely. I think we'd all like to do what you're asking and these other places. So that would be the perfect solution. But no, thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission. for having to put your uniform on when you're staying at home, and all the best for getting through COVID.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors. Sorry. So we've got Riley Stevenson, number 42, also on the Zoom. So just go back to that submission and wait for the audio to connect. It is. Okay, so welcome, Riley. So yeah, when you're ready to go, if you just unmute yourself, and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Riley Stevenson, and welcome to my speech referring to Forrester Heights and what we should do with it. I think that Forrester Heights should be a reserve, and this is why. Forrester Heights or Harbour Hill is a great place to run around and walk your dog. I personally have a family who likes to go outdoors to walk and ride our bikes around Cape Warmbrow with our dog Jed, who likes the Cape and Forrester Heights very much. We really like the length of the walks around the Cape, and since the new Forrester Heights track has been put in, it extends our Cape walk even longer, which really makes Jed's day. It currently makes a nice backdrop to the harbour, which if developed into high-end housing would look ugly and only benefit a few. I personally would rather see many people walking and enjoying the view from Harbour Hill than a few people simply living there. Given the nature of the land, it will be both difficult and expensive to develop for either the council or a developer, with ongoing future costs for the council. Instead, there is an opportunity to enhance the Cape's biodiversity by planting natives and trapping pests. This will further enhance the area and encourage people to get active and walk there. If you plant it out with native trees, in 30 years' time, it will be this cool hill covered in native plants and birds and an even better backdrop to the harbour than it is at present. Many people can only think of the short-term gain of selling the heights and don't appreciate what the negative impacts of development would mean to people of my generation, who are the ones that will have to live with this decision into the future. We see the potential of planting the heights out in natives and what it could be in 30 years' time, an amazing nature reserve for all of Oamaru to enjoy. So in conclusion, I think that Forrester Heights should be made a reserve that is further developed for everyone to enjoy into the future. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my speech.
Thank you very much, Riley, and appreciate you taking the time to give it. So I've got Councillor Thompson's got a question for you.
Thank you, Riley. One of the things that struck me was the compassion that you showed in your submission. The fact that you were concerned for some of us old people who are at the end of our days. The concern of the disruption to them, I think, is very good. Did you seriously think that that there might also be some younger people that currently live at that end of town as well?
But what do you mean? What sort of do you mean?
In your submission to support it being a reserve,
yes,
you said that, let me just quote you so that a very noisy road at night in front of the old person's home, or do we really want to ruin some old person's last moments with a view of a noisy development?
Yeah, that's because you've got the old person's home there, and like, why can't we just leave them in their little place and have their peace for their last few days, maybe on Earth or whatever it could be? Why would we bother putting in a big fat noisy road and have them have to like listen to that for maybe what could be their last moments as well?
Very good point. Yeah. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Riley. Great presentation. Hey, you referred to a few things there. You talked about Forrester Heights being Harbour Hill, and you talked about the ugly houses that might be put up there, and the idea of planting a native reserve. I'm just interested in what research material you used to create your fabulous arguments today.
I didn't research most of it. Mostly I actually just thought about it and thought like, well, what would you want to see? What would you rather see? Would you rather see a bunch of modern houses up there, or a really nice, like, I don't like native sort of reserve or something like that?
Okay. Just a quick question from me. You talked about short-term thinking, and all too often elected members get accused of short-term thinking. But if we would actually sell the lands, go buy a larger piece of land, plant a bigger native forestry area with more trails and so forth on it, which is actually in an area we don't already have some, wouldn't that? Do you think that would be a sign of longer term thinking?
Well, it depends where you're thinking of putting the other reserve.
So somewhere where we don't have one, but where we've got people who would actually like to be able to just walk or bike to a reserve, where they might, currently don't. They'll have to hop in a car to go and enjoy the Cape Reserve.
Yeah, because we have got a lot of other reserves as well. Like, we've got like a number I could list, but like, since we've already got like the Cape there and stuff, I'm thinking like why, like, there's already a subdivision going in near the Cape, isn't there? So yeah, so what's cool, I don't get the point in putting another subdivision right beside it, and then it's just this little thing just sitting there, not really doing much.
No, I guess it's more thinking about actually where are reserves and where do we want them, rather than that it's going to be a subdivision. But that's absolutely fine. So look, appreciate you taking the time to make the submission. And are you isolating at home at the moment?
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Well, hopefully that goes okay for you. And appreciate you just joining us on Zoom to talk to us. So thank you.
Cool. Thank you. See ya.
Hi, councillors. So that takes us through. The next one is should be Jeannie White at 10:50. So what I want to do now is go to the first lot of the non-verbal submissions. So if that's attachment 3, so you can quickly use the page arrow thing at the bottom of your screen to go through to attachment 3. Is that in there somewhere too? Oh, okay, look at that. Do you want to have that now then?
Only if it's all right with you, Mayor Future. Your wish
got
is our command.
So we've got a few councillors getting stroppy that they have their morning tea. So we're going to have a brief break for morning tea. Thank you very much. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Right, welcome back, everybody. So we'll get things back underway and double check where I'm up to. We're up to. So if we flick through to the non-verbals, starting with number 74. And what we're going to do, well, just go 74 through to 80. Has anyone got any comments that I want to make on those? Just wait for people to get onto the.
Just a comment. I was interested in the comment from Aaron Meikle, and I hadn't thought of this, but this Aaron Meikle was number 76. He makes the point that as have many submitters about supporting the event centre. He says the event centre is a larger need for Waitaki than a reserve, as pleasant as a reserve is or would be. Goes on to say it is a barrier in quotes to lose open spaces that currently exist. But we saw this with the galley, and that decision is now largely forgotten. He's quite right. I mean, if you think back to the decision to have that built there at Friendly Bay and the argument about it, both when the decision was made and the design was shown, and look at it now, people love it. And that notion that things are bones of contention but become less contentious once they're in place is worth contemplating.
My comment is that could be discussed on either side of that argument, to be fair, and we don't need to be debating the pros and cons right now.
Okay, anything else up to number 80? We'll go 81 through to 90. So for those on the live stream, just make the comment that councillors have read all of the submissions. So the idea is to bring forward any particular comments that might be particular to one of the non-verbal submissions as we go through. Deputy Mayor Tavendale.
I was just back on 78, sorry, but just the comment on ill-informed noisy minority. I think we've done a lot of work to make sure people are informed one way or the other.
We've done a lot of work, doesn't it mean they've looked at all of the work, but we've certainly done, the idea is that we've made as comprehensive as a set of information available as possible so that people can be as informed as possible. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, submission number 84, which was, I think, from Michael Bartlett. He and a couple of other people later on in other of the documents we've got raise a possibility. Why don't you do a referendum at the next election? Given the debate yesterday about, consultation, which isn't a referendum, I'm just wondering, I would have thought it was entirely possible for us to do that, but I would like officers to comment on whether that is a feasible thing that we could do at the October elections as part of the response to these submissions. Personally, I'd like to know whether it's a yes. I think it is a yes, but I'd just like to have that confirmed.
Mr. Hope, you're in the hot seat at the moment.
Sorry, I've never looked at the referendum requirements of a referendum, so I can't answer that. We need to get back to you on that.
Councillor Wolstein.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Just looking at submission number 86, Trevor Tunnicliffe, and he makes a comment that, like quite a number of people have, regarding rather all reserve or all developed, a mixed development. I would like to see part of the heights sold. The area that the area enclosed by surveyed properties through sections 1 to 11. And the balance of it to be put into a reserve. And that's an option that, I say, it's a sensible option, and he's not the only person to make that.
Yeah, indeed. Right, anything else through to 90? Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment out of 89, which is indicative of a lot. And I I don't know whether it's an attitude that pervades our society or not, but I tend to think that we need to celebrate success. So, for example, the quotation in here is there are already, or forget about great locations for the rich and fabulous. It keeps coming back that the perception that having done well or accumulated wealth is an evil. And personally, I tend to take a more middle ground that the opportunity to attract higher value economic type people to our community is exactly the same as what the New Zealand government currently does in trying to attract entrepreneurial money into the country.
For your comment, thank you. Anything else? Okay, we'll go 91 through to 100. Councillor Tavendale.
Can we look into a unicorn sanctuary?
This is, yeah, so amongst these, there was an excellent submission from Joe Blogs email address joe@blogs.com, suggesting alternative use of a unicorn sanctuary. That would certainly be looking after an endangered species, and otherwise, yeah, I'm not sure whether you're allowed to actually relocate them, to be fair. Councillor Hopkins, you'll have an opinion
Oh,
on
absolutely.
that.
Look, I want a full report on this from officers. I want to know where we get the unicorns from, what the breeding program would be, and whether we'd use the horns to make million balls.
Okay, anything else up to number 100?
Just on number 100, where the feedback is an acceptable, if an acceptable return can be obtained. And I guess that's one question that we're going to have to talk about at some stage, that if we do look at selling the piece of land, what is deemed an acceptable return and what isn't, because we've never really quantified that, and again, figures that are thrown around all over the show.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, and it's probably important to note that we've never gone out and said this is what we think we will get for it or not, because it is a very unusual bit of land, and to get an accurate valuation, I just don't think you can get one. And so, but yeah, if the decision's made to sell it, it's like, well, what are we going to do with the money, and what our expectations around that, and we need to set some expectation at that point, but until we get to that, it's not worth delving into it too much, which is why we haven't got any figures published. Anything else through to 100? Okay, 101 to 110. Councillor Williams.
Just another one at 101 that's a little bit tired of hearing the loud minority. Just pointing that out.
Thank you. Councillor Tavendale.
Just on the 109, talking about the political colours that have been shown by council, I thought that was an interesting comment. I'd say there's plenty of colours around the table, might be a rainbow even. But yeah, another comment on the survey skewed towards selling, and I don't actually believe that's necessarily the case, but obviously it's been pointed out by a few.
Yeah, and I made the comment yesterday that reading through the names and so on, and thinking of, I mean, they don't follow political persuasions, and people that I'm aware of various parties or supporting a reserve, and equally, different party positions actually supporting sale. So yeah, it doesn't follow along like that. And yeah, it's unfortunate when people stereotype in that sort of way, but anyway, it is what it is. Anything else through to 110? Councillor Hopkins?
It's just on 105 from Christine McAndrew. She reminded me of a letter that I saw in the ODT some time ago, and should have written at the time. but this is a chance to actually put the record straight. Vicky Jane at that point claimed that it was councillors and the council that had promoted zip lines and floating hotels. Well, that's simply not true. And this submission references the fact that there have been zip lines in the harbour with, houses, even a suggested floating hotel. What next? We don't want that. It's like Queenstown. The point is the licensing trust came to us with a proposal for a floating hotel. It wasn't proposed by councillors, nor was a zip line. Both, in fact, came here and stopped here. They didn't go any further. In fact, the licensing trust got pushed back and dropped the idea anyway. But let's just put the record straight about that and clarify some of the misinformation that has been around for some time now.
Okay, thank you. Jude, have we got the next submitter here? Yes or not? Okay, right. Well, we'll continue on with these. So, right. So, anything else through to 110? Okay, what, Councillor Hopkins?
Look, the only other thing, at some point, we're probably I'm looking here at submission 107 from Logan Johnson, I should say. Regarding concerns that the general public's viewing of the town would be lost or obstructed, an 8-metre high height limit with recession plane limits on downhill sloping ground ensures views will not be lost. We probably do need to actually do some work on things like that, not only for this location but for others anyway. If we're going to have height regs and the whole issue of views is contentious anyway. And is likely to be a matter of debate in this district plan submission. So I do think that we probably do need to start getting a bit more analytical about possibilities in that regard.
Yeah, we've given some indications of what it looks like, and with an 8-metre, and it would be very unusual on a hillside like that to build the back wall 8 metres high. The front wall might be unusual for that. So, looking at what's been depicted, making the maximum height at the back 5 metres pretty much gets rid of any blockage. You might see some tops of roofs, but we haven't gone further than that. It's simply because we haven't made a decision on what we're going to do, and why spend too much time and effort if we end up not deciding to go down that path. Okay, 111 to 120. Councillor Tavendale.
Oh no, sorry, I don't need to ask that anymore.
Okay, cool. Councillor Thompson.
A suggestion on 119, where the submission is that it's okay to sell, with the rationale that the exclusivity of the view should attract an ongoing special rate or tax. Can I ask, do the other houses currently to the west pay a higher rate for the view that they share?
I think in a way it is captured, because often the land value is priced out with some of those factors, and if these sections are going to sell for a higher than average amount, if we decide to sell, that will be captured in the various rates that we have that link back to land value and or capital value. So by default, essentially, they will be paying. If people, if the section itself is $300,000-400,000, and someone's then put a $1 million house on, something with capital value of $1.5 million will pay more rates than something with a $1 million capital value or a $500,000 capital value. So it does follow through. Councillor Wolstein.
It's referring to number 118 from Jane Green, and she makes the point that good productive land should not be used for housing, but for agriculture. And there's a number of submitters who've said the reverse, that there's, keep Forrester Heights, there's plenty of land around the outskirts of Oamaru we can build houses on, but that happens to be good agricultural land, which is being farmed and producing food crops, etc. So I just think Jane makes a very good point that it's, you know, they're probably in relation, Forrester Heights is not good farming land. But some of the land other people talk of it certainly is, and it needs to be preserved for agriculture. So a good point made by that submitter.
Okay, anything else through to, what's it up to, 120? 121 to 130? Councillor Hopkins?
It's probably something that we can note it now, whenever, but one of the things that does come through, even for those who are opposed to sale of the land, in response to the question, how would you use the money? It is quite clear that the overwhelming preference from those who submitted is to help fund the Sports and Events Centre, with assistance for affordable housing being preference number 2. And I mean, that just comes through in this tranche of submissions as well as others.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. What was that to? 131. Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to get ahead of myself. 131 to 140. Councillor Williams.
Just making note, Harry, or Mr. Andrew, the steam and rail fellow, somewhere else there was a submission made, might be later on that it comes up, but saying, talking about stuff falling down the cliff onto poor Mr. Andrews' tracks down the bottom. But I just want to note that Mr. Andrews agrees with a sale of Forrester Heights.
Yeah, it's probably a good opportunity just to make a quick comment on issues around the stormwater and so on. The reality at the moment is you've got a bit of land with no controls around stormwater. Water does get into underrunners and the water does come out in different places on the cliff edge and so on. If there's hard surfaces capturing a lot of that water and measures put in place to actually capture it and direct it away, you actually get rid of some of those problems. So again, that's, as much as people raise it as a problem, there is a solution to that to actually improve things. But yeah, people are saying the interruption with steam and rail, and Harry's given a submission that, you know, will actually work with it without any problem. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I think this is a very important submission because Harry's got skin in the game, real skin in the game, and he has conflicts with us and arguments with us about the railway lines and who's in charge and how we're dealing with him and so forth. So it's not as though he's entirely, if you like, an ally of ours. And he is not only supporting the idea of this and the development and the benefits it will do for the community, and I've flagged this to Friends of the Harbour. If you are Friends of the Harbour, here's one of the crucial facilities down there that you've said is so important, and its operator is saying there is no problem, your concerns are overrated and overstated, and the other houses on the hill haven't caused any problems for over 100 years, and nor will this. So I think we just give the lie to the proposition that there is risk attached to the subdivision if it occurs or proceeds in terms of any adverse impact on the railway line.
In the interest of myth busting, I want to state publicly once again, we do not want to get rid of Wanneroo Steam and Rail, that we actually really appreciate what they do. There's just some differences of opinion around who's responsible for what, particularly around health and safety and so on. So yeah, we love what they do, and they're an important contributor to the aspects of the harbour, the attractions around the harbour. Okay, so next lot was 141 to 150. Councillor Hopkins.
May I just ask a question about, this is from Alyssa Anderson. When I was
What number?
Sorry?
What number submission, please?
It's 139, so I missed a year. When I was a little girl, our town had a small municipal airport with an affluent subdivision every year for a weekend that hosted an air show. when I was 14 it stopped. Do we know anything about that? I've never heard of this.
Not here.
No, it may not have been honourable.
Ah, right.
I read it that way at the start too, and so, yeah, obviously not talking about here.
Of course. Sorry.
So anything else through to 150?
Just number 148, and whether it's Forrester Heights or somewhere else, but I thought there's some really good ideas here around Victorian picnic area, old fashioned games, information panels, natural fitness area, chess maze, that kind of thing. So it was just trying to look at those spaces a little differently, and would love to make sure there's lots of these little gems that are coming out through the discussion, and I hope we're capturing them somehow, or maybe we need to talk about that afterwards and work out how we capture those ideas.
Yeah, some of those things I thought, yeah, that'd be great in the steampunk playground as an addition to there, and equally, there could be other locations for them as well. So, yeah. Okay, anything 151 to 160? Councillor Hopkins.
A question. I suppose it's my question 151. I just found myself puzzled at times. You had people saying agree strongly, agree, and agree on everything. I'm just I suppose I'm interested in getting some feedback from colleagues, since we're looking at the non-verbals. How are other people responding to those when the response appears to be well, it's hard to work out what position they're actually taking.
Deputy Mayor Tamdale.
Well, I took it a bit like, I guess, with some of the discussions we've had where we've questioned ideas of people and decided if there is a midpoint. A lot of these people have said, this is what I support, but I think we need to keep this in mind. And I'm, for this one in particular, they agree with the reserve thing because they're talking about biodiversity goals and things, but they obviously still support selling. So, it's just another one where you go, it's not clear cut. They have a preference, but they probably aren't strongly against other options either.
Like the idea of the parent, which we all had a look at, I think, in the last term when we were doing tours of looking at event centres elsewhere.
Indeed. Okay. 161 to 170. Councillor Williams.
Sorry, we're going through this quite fast, but I just, as I flick through the bits that I've underlined, 164, maybe we need a new leader in councillors, just to be highlighted there. So, yeah, Observatory Village saying it's a good example of mismanagement and it's terribly run. So some very powerful opinions coming through there.
Yeah, I think, the retirement village has just been such a success. I'm not sure whether they've had a bad experience with a relative in there or what quite has happened, but yeah. I guess there's a number of submissions which say, replacing elected members, the mayor, get a new one, new councillors, and I guess that's the thing. I mean, we've got to make some hard decisions along the way. We will not make a decision which everyone will be in agreement with, whatever the decision is. And we haven't been afraid to actually raise this in an election year. It's like probably the worst time politically to do it, but it was time to get on and do it. And I appreciate them, councillors supporting us getting on and making a decision. All right, Councillor Tamdale.
I can't remember exactly where we're up to, but I'm up to 168.
Yes.
Just there's one earlier, but this one as well. Earlier one talking about Matariki and this one Kaitiakitanga. And I think, we've obviously had Sophia's discussion today, and just making sure through this discussion that we are talking to our local iwi and, whether there's a chance to tell those stories better and understand that history better as well. Whether it's Forrester Heights or whether it's the Cape, and understanding whether they are different. I think that just maybe a little bit more information or even a notice of support or otherwise from our iwi would be helpful, because we've had a lot of people question our process in that respect, and maybe just understanding that there is support or otherwise from the Morake Runanga would be quite powerful.
Yeah, I mean, we've made mention in the past of, you know, a couple of ones interested in buying the land, and you know, as far as I know, there's no one sitting in the wings at the moment or anything like that. But I can say there's some mana whenua interest in looking at buying the land. But yeah, like you say, if we can get the sign off from a cultural perspective, that would be helpful as well, and understand what their position is. And you know, we've got a much more rich history around, you know, pre-European times that we just don't tell those stories, and I'd love to be telling more of them, and you know, sharing that part, but just as much as we do the Victorian part.
So I guess just to formalise, can we make sure for the council meeting that we've got some kind of correspondence from the Runanga? I think if it's possible, obviously it's within their timeframes and things like that, but at least they've made an attempt to.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Wallstein?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where we've got to, but I'm looking at 187.
Up to 170.
170, okay, no, I'll wait for 187 to come up.
Moving on. 171 to 180.
Yeah. Just 171. I just want to flag again, the person calculates that if the properties were sold at 300,000 per section, there'd be 8 million raised, 500,000, there'd be 13 million. And then they go on to say, frankly, even at 13,500,000, this in no way would make up for the loss of this public land. 13 million would disappear into the council's coffers with barely a blink, and the land would be lost to the public forever. Well, sorry, 13 million wouldn't be disappear in the council's coffers and barely a blink. It would be a very substantial help, not only to us, but particularly to ratepayers who are currently having it taken from their pocket on the basis of their property values.
Yeah, you imagine being able to buy a 50 hectare or 100 hectare block and plant all that out in native forestry, and what real difference that would make if we could do that in the right place. It's not to say that's what the money's going to be spent on, because we haven't made that decision, but you know, it's looking at what the opportunities might be. Deputy Mayor.
Totally agree with you, Councillor Hopkins. $13 million would make a massive difference within council. I guess the flip side of that there is, I think 13 million is it's unlikely to be a fraction of that is the reality. And so just sort of putting that out there, and also by the time you take costs off, I'd say you're talking less again. So again, it's going to be interesting, but you know, it's very hard to put a price tag on this, but I think that we're not sitting at 13 million.
No, I didn't say you were.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make mention of the fact that through this group of 10, again, 3 of the submissions are from people who live outside the district. Interestingly, they cover the full gambit of opinion. But again, I wonder whether it's an altruistic interest in what's happening in our part of the world, or whether it's the result of bumping into the campaigners at the markets per se. I don't know.
I question whether we do actually need to take them into account a fair bit, in the fact that we talk a lot about tourism, and we've got people here that are visiting our community and are telling us quite clearly what they think. And we can choose to take that on board or not. But you know, I think when you're actually listening to people that are coming into your community for something and they put something across clearly, it's an important thing for us to take on board.
Yeah, I think, yeah, having talked to some of the ones from the Friends of the Harbour stall at the farmers market, and the comments they were making about visitors to the town actually signing, making submissions supporting the position of a reserve, and seeing that as a real positive thing. I think, yeah, we just have to take them all on board and apply whatever grains of salt we think we need to. It's highly likely that if that's the way they've made their submission, that they actually they don't know what else is going on around an event centre or other issues and so on. And like all of us, if you said we would want more reserves, we would all say yes. When you start learning more about implications and the alternatives and the various things, that's when you start getting more informed opinions coming through. So yeah, you take it whatever way you want to take it, but yeah, I'm interested in their views, but I think a local's view is more important, to be fair. It's my personal opinion, and each one of us will have our own opinion. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, all I was doing was highlighting because I've right through the process, and in actual fact, the ones that I highlighted were actually telling us to develop it. It was just something that I think we need to be cognizant of. I wasn't advocating for one or the other.
Okay, 181 to 190. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, 189, Amy Adams. I must say I was, I don't think it's the Amy Adams, but I was quite captivated and tantalised by her suggestion using the money for community low cost housing, a tiny house village. I thought, what a nice idea. I'm trying to work out whether she thought it should be on the site or elsewhere, but I think a tiny house village might be another good idea that's come this way that'd be good to try and capture in some form.
Yeah, it's probably something, it's more how do we enable that through the district plan, isn't it? Is that one? Councillor Wallstein, were you want to make a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Makoto. Yeah, 187, I got to a bit earlier, but back to it again, Ian Hurst, and he just says that like he's a joint owner, he owns a neighbouring property to Forrester Heights, and he would support council considering the opportunity to sell the developable area, etc., etc. So we hear a lot of other people say that the disruption caused by anything would be terrible for the neighbours, etc. And but there's somebody who lives right alongside saying that he supports the development. So that's just an interesting comment.
Thank you. 191 to 200. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just again flag. Sometimes there are really thoughtful submissions. And Scott Ellis one was, I thought, which I think is 194. And I would like to see Forrester Heights sold as a residential subdivision subject to latitude technical advice on the proviso that the proceeds are directed into a low-cost housing development at the northern end of town. In this way, high-cost housing is supporting low-cost housing. And as a community, we're enriched by both. The gazetted Forrester Heights is a comparatively small area of the total Cape Wonbrow Reserve. There is sufficient land for walking trails and native reserves to satisfy those interests. So I just like that idea.
Yeah, it's probably again an opportunity to let people know. You know, I mean, we've certainly been looking at options around that, looking at working with Presbyterian support on providing some low cost, affordable housing, either for sale or for rental. We didn't get the government support, but I do see there's a lot of projects happening around the country. The government is supporting with councils, and we just have to keep knocking on that door with Kaingora to make sure that we can, you know, get more community or social housing and affordable housing. Anything else through to 200? Oh, sorry. Tevendale.
Just 199 where they're talking about want to be looking at $750,000 per house, and I just wanted to say that in today's costings and the new houses that are built across the district, that's probably not an unrealistic cost for a house anyway. So it's sort of put out there as being a little bit hard to reach, and I just think it's probably realistic in today's market.
I took that to be a reference to the groundworks required. I thought he was saying that it would cost 750,000 for the groundworks required for the building.
Yeah, well, I might have misunderstood that.
I took it the same way as you did, Mel, and yeah, it could. I think it is talking about groundworks. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, no one, you know, if we make a decision to sell, no one's going to be forcing people to buy sections. It'll be whether they'll make the decision as to what they can afford, and they will have to take into account all of the works and so on. It's not that part isn't our concern so much, as long as we've put, if we decide to sell, we've put the right covenants in place to make sure the right type of development happens that we want to see happen there. So yeah, it is a wee bit tall poppy type thing, I think, unfortunately, that, you know, referrals to or references to rich people and things like that. So, you know, I don't think any of us want to see just big glass mansions necessarily sitting up there, but it's recognizing that, you know, we want to look after people at all ends of the spectrum financially. Councillor Wallstein.
Yes, the same submitter makes the comment about the danger to council in the future, say 15, 20 years time, the land gives way. And what would WDC's liability be? So I think that's a concern some people have raised, and I think in the liability, it's imagine would be covered by perhaps by the EQC if there was a personal insurance, private insurance, not council.
You're absolutely right. Of course it would.
I would like to see that confirmed, because I know that sometimes when there has been issues with land and what council's consented, after the fact that council has not been the only party that they've gone back to for, you know, to help pay for it, but they have been one of them. So we do probably need to understand that, because I don't think it's purely it'll go to insurance, because I think that it will be challenged further than that.
Yeah, those situations have been where we haven't required geotech reports on buildings, and then there's been a problem because that hasn't happened. It's been built on maybe some reclaimed land or whatever. So, you know, it is making sure that you've got engineering sign off on all of the important parts, and that becomes the issue of the homeowner and the contractors, not council. So there's concerns around some of those things. The key thing, if we were to sell, is that we make sure that, you know, the council and the ratepayers are not put at risk in the future. So if there was a road built and it was vested in council, that it's built to the standard we need to know that it's built to. So it's, yeah, those concerns are very valid, but it's making sure that we take the right steps to mitigate them and make sure that the risk does not fall back on ratepayers. Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just our submitter number 204 has a general swipe at council on the way through, going, why has the council got a higher staff wage bill than Central Otago District Council, who have the same population? Is there deadwood or inefficiencies?
Yeah.
Once again, misinformation within the community. Central Otago doesn't own or doesn't have ownership of council-controlled companies or have a hospital, etc., in the vast array of facilities that are on offer here in Waitaki.
Yeah, I think it was a wee bit hard to know where that data came from, but it probably is the taxpayer union's data, and they include all the council-controlled organisations. And like you say, ours includes a hospital where we have many people. Well, I mean, I think a dozen or more people on over $100,000 because they're doctors, and you wouldn't want to be going to a doctor that you only paid $50,000 a year to. That's my personal opinion. but I don't think we should be, we want to make sure, looking after people. And equally, we've got engineers and so on at Whitestone Contracting, who earn more than the average. So, it's very easy to take that out of context because the taxpayer union doesn't give the other information, and no other council owns a hospital. It's a bit of a challenge, that one, of trying to get that message across every year when they publish that list. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back very briefly to that matter of geotechnical reports. And it might be fruitful if in the officer's comments on this matter, they advise us as to whether there's been any geotechnical analysis done of recent subdivisions up there. I know there's one just south of Lookout Point on quite slow, quite relatively steep land in some respects. And it would be interesting just to see what processes we have in place now. My view is this should be in some areas of the South Hill, and indeed on the hills to the west of Oamaru, there should be some requirement for geotechnical reports in some of those areas as a matter of course. But I would be interested to know that quite seriously.
Yeah, no, Mr. Hopes made note of that, so we'll get that information. Anything else up to 200?
Well, yeah, just very briefly, I do note, and again, when we looked at the harbour and how we were going to improve things and make things work, and everyone told us what they wanted, including fixing Sumter Wharf and so on. Here's Mark Hay coming back to the matter of that we originally looked at this in terms of how we were going to fund harbour improvements. And one of the ways was to use endowment land sales to do so. And he has said, used to support harbour improvements, Sumter Wharf repairs and the like. The area has been effectively derelict for 15 years. And only since it's been proposed that something be done with it, that a small group's taken an interest. And that's a fact too. It was essentially only after that possibility of sale was raised as part of the harbour strategy that people suddenly galvanised and decided it was a jewel in the crown. It had been essentially a dormant issue and a dormant piece of land since the debate back in the day when it was first proposed as a way to fund the Opera House.
Thank you. Look, just note that we've had a number of no-shows, which is why we're carrying on with these. So that's helpful for getting through. If we are to get through everything by 4 o'clock, we will have to cut some of the extra discussion down. But I think increasingly as we go through, we'll cover off points and then they'll just become repeated by others and there'll be less need. So just keeping an eye on that time through to 4 p.m. So Councillor Williams and then Councillor Devendale.
Okay, so quick, straight to the point. Jim's flown us ahead to 2:07. But I just want that same one that Jim's been looking at. The fellow talks about native planted areas. For native planted areas, we're better to focus our collective energies on the Cape Wombrau Reserve. And to me, he does have a great point. Cape Wombrau still has quite a long way to go before it's an incredible native haven. Yet we've got all of this focus and energy being put on this just over 2 hectare plot. Why isn't there just as much passion being thrown towards that other incredible more than 20 hectare piece of land? It just confuses me slightly.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, there has been a lot of community effort on there and have to acknowledge that, the plantings. I know one or two of you have been involved in those as well. But yeah, we deliberately planted 2/3 of it back in pine because we couldn't plant it all in natives in one go. The sooner we can cut those pine trees down, if it's for cutting them down for posts, then that's fine. If it means that actually we're making really good progress on getting natives planted out across Cape Wombrau. So all those people who are wanting to volunteer time and volunteer plants and so forth, if we were not to turn Forrester Heights into a reserve, I mean, their efforts would be greatly appreciated on helping to turn Cape Wombrau into a really great native indigenous vegetation forestry area. Deputy Mayor.
I agree with the Mayor that there's been a huge community effort up on Cape Wombrau, and certainly if you look at our annual plans, long-term plans, reserve management plans over the last 10 years, there's always been a consistent comment about the amount of money we should be or could be putting into the Cape to develop it. I think the thing to remember here is a lot of people haven't realised that Forrester Heights isn't a reserve, and I don't think a lot of people have in their own mind excluded Forrester Heights from the discussion of the Cape. So when they talk about the Cape, they've actually presumed that to mean including Forrester Heights. So I think sometimes when we remove the two and say, why are we interested in this bit and this, not this bit, I don't think that's been people's intention. I think they've seen it as one of the same.
Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kircher. Yeah, this submitter makes a very valid point, and the areas that were planted by volunteers and native plants are now being, a lot of them are being overgrown by wilding pines growing amongst the natives. And that's the effort should be put into getting rid of the wilding pines in those native planted areas, rather than trying to take on more land to try and plant in natives. So look after what we've got first before we start doing more is a good point the submitter has made.
Anything else up to 210? Just give you a moment to get through to that. Go 211 to 220.
Yeah, just very, I just liked, it's a simple assertion from 216 Bronwyn Pictures. She makes the point that this assertion, oh, it'll all become like Queenstown and so forth. Bronwyn says very simply, we will never look like Queenstown, and she's absolutely right, we won't. There are all sorts of reasons for that, topography, geography, planning rules, a whole raft of other things. But it's a simple sentence, but it actually captures an unassailable truth, in my view.
Jim.
Just on submission 212, and there's been quite a few mention the combination of native tree plantings and houses, and just when it comes to coming back to us, that might be a compromise that perhaps we should actually tease out a little bit and not have it one or the other, because that midpoint may actually make a few more people happier.
Okay, anything further through to 220? 221 to 230.
I noticed Heather, the only two people, Heather Macon and John Chetwin, Heather Macon's 222. John and Heather have both suggested that if it is to be sold, money is used to support the Forrester Gallery and the Oamaru Whitestone Civic Trust, which is an alternative use that is notable, perhaps because so few people have suggested it.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, 231 to 240. Okay.
238, which is someone living on Avon Street. And we've heard a few people from Avon Street who are concerned about the street. I think that it's probably quite worthwhile at some stage, councillors making sure they get to visit the site at that place, because there is some major concerns on that street. My mother has a house up there, and parking, people backing off, it's pretty one way most of the way. So I can understand the concerns, and I think whatever does happen in the future needs to take into account how we manage that, because I think that there's a few people that's quite a bugbear for.
Yeah, and I agree. It's not that something can't happen, but it would need to be very well managed if it was to happen. Okay, we'll go 241 to 250. I know just what thrilling watching this must make by anyone watching the live stream. Any comments from there?
Yes, look, Michael, 242, Michael Goldingham, talking about, other than the fantastic Oamaru Gardens, reserves around Oamaru are often neglected. And he gives some examples. The overall plan for Cape Wonbrow has seen little action. It's been mentioned before. But basically, I think that is correct. There's no control of people planting the natives in Cape Wonbrow. Possibly true as well. There's also, later on, he says, and I'd be interested in knowing whether this is true, members of the organisation Friends of Oamaru Harbour have a long history of abuse, unsubstantiated complaints of mountain bikers and sabotage of mountain bike tracks on Cape Wonbrow. It's a fairly provocative assertion. Look forward to hearing some comment on that, not necessarily from officers, perhaps from the Friends. But as part of our analysis of what to do with Forrester Heights, I really would like to know, we did sign off on a development plan for the Cape, and that's some years ago. And I'm not sure that we really have progressed it as far as we should have. And it would be good to know, as part of this, what's happened up there and what is happening, and the extent to which the development plan, the landscape plan for the Cape is in train.
Yeah, probably can get an update. I mean, the plan was definitely plant 2/3 in pines and get the other third planted in natives as best as possible, and as whatever time that takes. Weeds are generally being managed, but they're being managed on the basis of whether they're on the regional pest list, and so things like I believe boxthorn and so on are not on there, and I think we need to be looking a bit more closely at that. I have raised with CE the option of using more of the forestry funds that we have, which in part came from Cape Wonbrow, to actually progress some of that work a bit further. So there's opportunities, there is some money sitting there that could be utilised to progress that more rapidly. The community plantings that are happening, there's not really a plan as far as what I've seen. At times I've been up there with doing planting and so on, stick something in wherever it might go with no real thought to actually how's this going to impact the views from trails and so on. So it'll be a wonderful area either way, but if we're looking to preserve views along the way, there needs to be a little bit more care taken on how we do that. Deputy Mayor.
I just think we need to be really careful with some of these comments. I think the same as some comments directed towards council. The comment here is unsubstantiated complaints. We need to be careful. I don't think it's healthy having any of those kind of comments in these documents.
Okay, right, we've got through to 250. We've got Greg Mikaloff who's joined us by Zoom. So we're going to go to his submission, which is number 53. So we need to go back to attachment 2. And it's page 179. Get through to that. So Greg's joined us. So welcome, Greg. Thanks very much for taking the time to make the submission and to zoom in. As always, look forward to reading your submissions on various things. So thank you for giving us one here. So anyway, hand over to you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, today I'm basically going to leave my written submission pretty much as it stands because it covered everything I needed to say. But there is some new sort of information that's come to hand in the last week, literally straight hot off the press. There are a couple of things just before I do that I'd just like to cover off because I've been monitoring the meeting as it's been going. And Councillor Melanie Tevendale made a good point about the just earlier, the thrust of it sort of escaped my mind, but I agree with what she said in the sentiment The other thing is that you did make a comment about the stormwater issues on the Cape in general, and also on Forrester Heights, which do need to be addressed. The other thing is Jim Hopkins made a comment about Avon Street providing a natural setback from Lookout Point. Well, if you look at the 2006 plan, which admittedly was not sort of promulgated an official plan, it showed that the properties would actually butt directly against Lookout Point because the road network inside that property would in the land would be redrawn. So you can't assume that the paper road that is the Avon Street extension will remain where it is in the planning. Be that as it may, the bigger issue is, in terms of the information that's come to hand, is that some respected climate scientists in the Weizmann Institute in Israel have just published some peer-reviewed research, which shows that in the southern here specifically and at mid-latitudes, the intensity of storms has markedly increased in the last 20 years to such a point that storms have now have reached an intensity which wasn't predicted to happen until 2080. So we're effectively 60 years ahead in terms of our climate effects of climate change than the models predict. Now, what this means is that, and if we look back, personally, I look back and I've been on Maru the last 6 or 7 years, I can see that we've had extreme weather events of quite an intensity every year, pretty much. The last one I can remember is the one up at Akura on January the 1st, 2021. But every year going back, there's been an extreme weather event, including the one in 2017, which resulted in Oamaru getting about 257 millimeters of rain in a 24-hour period, which caused slips on Hospital Hill. So, we are seeing a climate effects intensify. The problem that has is that the existing rules, if you like, for managing stormwater and everything else were drawn up based on the last 160 years of European occupation of the site. And so there's nothing wrong with those, but they're not really designed for a world where we are going to get the kind of more intense climate effects than what we've seen. And we are relying more or less on the way that the weather, the way that the climate has developed and the sort of rain events we've seen in the last 100 or so years to set our standards. What the Israeli research is showing is that, well, guys, we're actually well past that point. And from a point of view of what they're saying, we're 12% more intense than what the standards were predicting. And if you look at the NIWA settings for 2090 in terms of their predictions and their climate change impacts on New Zealand, that's more or less what you should be looking at today, because that's what's going to be in the purview of your next long-term plan. So you have to start thinking about what will the climate be within the next 10 years in terms of affecting the whole of Cape Wombat as well as Forrester Heights. So the thrust of my presentation is don't put houses there. Whatever else you do, don't put houses there. In the meantime, you can put the land into a reserve, which is what I recommend, because that effectively puts it in the freezer. It doesn't take it off the table completely. You can still take it out of reserve at a future date. Then once the situation with everything's become clearer, you can then, a future council can then decide, well, go to the community on a referendum or some other basis to say, hey, how do you, this is what we propose to do with Forrester Heights with a fully costed option that shows all of the options and shows how you're going to use the money. I think the biggest fear a lot of people have is they just believe the money is going to disappear into some sort of glorified slush fund in the council. Now, I know that won't be the case because the council has to account for the money that they receive from any sale of that land. But to me, when you look at it as the big picture, take the 7-generation view, as Sophie talked about this morning, it seems to me, take a step back and let's just say, let's have a big deep breath, have a pause and just say, keep it a reserve for now, we'll put it back into reserve, get some planting on it, which has not been possible because it's not been a reserve formally. So therefore there's been little ability to actually get out there and put some serious plantings on it. And then particularly kick that can down the road for a long way to let a future Oamaruvians, and probably some of those kids that were here today when they've grown up, may well be making that decision, I hope, as to what they want to do with Forrester Heights. So that's the nub of my input today. If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
Thank you very much, Greg. Time for a quick question, or maybe 2 very quick questions. Councillor Hopkins, if you can make a quick question, that would be a miracle. I mean,
very quick
great.
question. Greg, in your written submission, you say any development on
Forrester Heights land will be at the very least a visual eyesore.
Yep.
Are the houses to the east and above Forrester Heights currently on the ridgeline, are they, in your view, a visual eyesore?
They're not, because of the fact that if you look at the actual hill, it basically the hill projects out, what I call an outie, if you like, at where Forrester Heights is, but the land either side recedes back into like a valley. So what that means is the dominant effect of any houses on the existing development and the ones up near Bywell Street, which is what you're talking about up near the water tower there, they're not so visually dominant. That's for a start. But the other thing is those houses that are up there now, including the one up, right at the top by the water tower, they were built a number of decades ago, and the style of architecture is more on the lines of fitting into what's already there. But also because of the actual slope of the hill, the properties at the very top up at Bywell Street kind of disappear into the background. You don't notice them when you're standing down at Friendly Bay. So my sort of concern is a modern style architecture that would go into any properties on Forrester Heights would become a visual eyesore, and you could not put covenants in to prevent that, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And yeah, thanks again for taking the time to make the submission. Really do appreciate it.
No problem. Best of luck with your decisions.
Thanks very much. Cheers, Greg. Okay, next we've got Bruce Alberston, submission number 51. So let's go back to that. And he is just being shown into the chamber. So good morning, Bruce.
Good morning.
So welcome back to the chamber.
Thank you.
And as soon as you're ready to go, just push the button on the microphone and go for it.
Thank you. This does bring back memories. In 1995, I worked out, was the first time I sat here and sat through some, and I appreciate. I want to say listening in is a really good exercise, and it does help us hear all of you, which is a very, again, helpful way of knowing and feeling a lot of what you're considering. The one compliment that I wanted to start off by saying is that since we've had a viewing platform on Combs Wharf, I believe that the view of the Forrester Heights, so-called heights, it's actually one height, if you want to go technically, is quite amazing. You see from that viewing platform, Dougal did an amazing job, which obviously you enabled him to do. The form and the feature, the fold and the frame of the Cape. And what that actually shows us is that Oamaru is in the lee of a landform, which is an endowment that came well before we ever thought of coming here. And I want to suggest that to date, I haven't seen evidence that we've taken a really good account of the weather vane, which Cape Wonbrau is. And I want to invite you particularly, and I'm not going to read it, but if my points 7 and 8 in my submission really underlines the fact that we should have and could have had a great deal more information to underline the reasons why we might consider a different use. When I was here in this chamber, and I can visualize him now, Bill Fraser stood in the corner over there and held up the history of the Oamaru Harbour Board. How many of you know it exists? And that was published when the Ordering Council disestablished the Harbour Board in order that the council take it over. And he held it up and he said, for 130 years then, now it's 160 years, he said, there's been a slice down the middle of that cape. He said, that's what was the social contract of all of us, our forebears, developing the Cape, and we took the housing to that point. He said, we didn't take it any further because we still had a lot to learn. And he said, we still haven't learned it all. I might add that he was a very good person at blowing a trumpet. If you didn't know, he was in the garrison band, but he also knew the weather. He also was somebody who understood the boaties and the harbour and its use, but he also was a champion of the business of the town and the investment in the town. And he made it very clear that we in our stewardship should take account both of the history, but also look forward and say, what will we encounter? Now, I've heard some of your discussion this morning saying we don't have enough geotechnical information. We may not yet have this. I would put it to you that, and with respect, because I know there's been a huge amount of work going on the part of officers and others, if we'd gone to the Auditor General and said, what is the process for disposal of land which essentially comes from an endowment? What is the process of disposal if we go to the Environmental Defence Society for something where there is genuine contestability? And the three options that you've given, all of which I think are fair and reasonable options, have not been costed. We do not have the cost benefits. According to the law of the Local Government Act 2002, it is my belief that in our long-term plan, we would have flagged that we were committed to getting that cost benefit information. And then when we came to consultation, we would have a basis for true consideration, not speculation. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to come with what appears to be a challenge, and it's a sincere and genuine one. If we're going to present and proceed, we need to have a different level of information and understanding so we can give due consideration. And I say it with respect to you all, there's been an awful lot of speculation. And even as reported from what councillors have said, some of you think you might get 13 million, and then you said, oh, hang on, not 13 million. And maybe we might get 1 million. And there are other options. I look along at T Street, look at that superb new development along there. There are options in Oamaru where investment can give the return on investment, which will give you ratepayers at the level some of people think Forrester Heights will. So what I say, Mr. Mayor, is we haven't got all the information, we haven't got the options, and I support us going forward to do that.
No, thank you very much, Bruce. And yeah, I think we all acknowledge we don't have all the information. Some of the things, it's not worth investing in getting information unless we know that we're going to go down the sale path, for example. But I can assure you, I don't think any of us expect to get $13.5 million. That might be the overall revenue by the developer, having invested quite a bit to get to that. And yeah, at the moment we don't know what we would get, and so we're trying to get some indications from the public about what if we did sell it and we got some money that was sufficient to do something, you know, what are the options that they might support, which helps get people thinking, actually, here's a way to use an endowment in a different way to having it as a reserve. But
my point, if I may respond, Gary, is honestly, if you read that 2002, 2003 Auditor General's report across several councils, and he said they all fell short because they didn't do exactly what you've just described. They went to consultation, they proceeded with thinking they could dispose, and they hadn't done the essential legal groundwork.
Councillor Hopkins?
So, yeah, you've come exactly, Bruce, to the point I wanted to put to you. If you are right as a point of process, are you saying, have you just said to us, you will challenge us on that point, should we decide to do something without providing specific cost benefit information as supposedly or required by the AG in 2002?
Jim, it won't be for me to challenge it. The due process itself will challenge it.
Sorry.
Just turn your mic off again.
Somebody's got to challenge. I mean, process doesn't challenge itself. There has to be a challenge. And you've said today, I don't come here, you know, I'm not trying to threaten.
I think it was a verbal challenge he was throwing at us.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That's what I wanted to clarify. I mean, I'm not seeking to have a fight. I'm asking you if you were saying that you would have one in the event that.
Asked and answered.
I believe you would find that just in the due process, it would be necessary for you to go back and do the work that so far has not yet been done.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Williams.
Mine's just more a comment. I think it's great to be looking ahead at all of that detail at this point, but the reality is we're just getting a feel. And if it can't be done, if we decide to go down the road and it can't be done, then so be it. But there's no point putting all that effort in at this point if it's not as a collective group what we decide to do. So I think it's as simple as that, without getting too worried about all of that intense detail at this point, personally.
I can hear that, but I think that one of the reasons why I think it's fair for me to say to you today what I have is that you have put the whole community and a lot of genuinely interested, caring people on both sides to the point of having to consider and yet not having the proper information. And we've been speculating, all of us have been speculating, and you've been speculating, and we still are. My point is we need to have a process, and the Auditor General has set it out. The Environmental Defence Society has gone alongside other councils and assisted them in this sort of thing. And I would suggest to you that we could do the same.
Thank you for that. I mean, we've got 3 geotech reports. I think we're pretty much on solid ground, if I can use that pun, as far as understanding some of those issues. So it's not, I think we've got more information there, but the thing we don't have is a true value of it, because it is just unlike any other land that would be available, both from a size point of view and a outlook and so on. And the only way we're going to get that is if we actually put it on the market, and that's not a really good way to start a consultation process, by putting something on the market to see what the price is going to be able to consult on it.
Can I just briefly respond and say all that information should be available to those of us who are considering what you've put forward? And if there are geotechnical reports, have they been available?
Yep. No, everything's on the website. I think if you go on there, no, that's quite okay, because again, there's a bit of urban mythology going around about a lot of different aspects, and there is a considerable amount of information on the website, which we've tried to point people to. Some people haven't seen our consultation information, pointing them to the website and so on. So, that's just part of the issue. We want to make a decision with the best possible information, and we think we've got a reasonable. Is it 100% complete? No, because I don't think we can get all of the information. But I think your point about EDS is a good one, and something we should consider whether we talk to them about. How do they see the process so far, and where to from here. But so no, thank you very much for taking the time to make your submission and to come in and speak to us. It's been appreciated, and great to see you back in the chamber. Thank you. Okay, next we've got Paul Rutledge, who's joining us by Zoom. So submission number 52. We can go to that one, and right, still connecting through to the audio. Right, welcome, Paul. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your submission. So just when you're ready to go, just unmute yourself, and the floor is yours. You're still muted, Paul.
Can't hear you.
Yep.
No. Can't hear you. I've pressed unmute 3 times. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We're set to go.
Yes, all good.
Good.
Thank you.
Right, so Paul Rutledge is my name. As you know, I have reread my written submissions and I stand by those. Anecdotally, I believe that there is a fair degree of support within the community for what I say, but I'm making submissions on my own behalf. So essentially my position is that unless there is a truly important strategic reason to sell this land, you should not. And I see no evidence of that. Short of that, my submission is that you should see yourselves as custodians only of this parcel of land. As I previously submitted to you, our generation and you as part of the worldwide political leadership has fallen down woefully over climate change. Even now, I see no vision, no drive, no commitment or leadership from you. And on the contrary, you gave up a key service in rubbish collection and recycling. And as I've also previously said, I believe you're mishandling the Three Waters controversy. Your annual plan just tinkers around the edges. So please, this is part of the family silver. Leave it alone. Pass it on intact to the next generation, who will hopefully be better able to make quality decisions and plans regarding its assets and its responsibilities. Those are my submissions.
Okay, thank you. I'll put a challenge back to you because I would have thought that if we sold a 2.5 hectare block of land and used the money to buy something that was larger and got that planted out, that actually that would have a greater benefit to community if it's located somewhere near a part of the community that doesn't have that type of reserves, but also from a climate change point of view of making sure that actually we're doing more carbon sequestration than is able to be done on 2.5 hectares. So would you consider that to be a strategic direction?
Look, I'm sorry, I see those as more being micro current issues. It is so hard to predict, where climate change is going to go and just how bad the position that future generations will have to serve is likely to be. But I do stand by the submissions I've already made. This is a block which is immediately adjacent to the existing reserve. It would fit very nicely in with it. It overlooks the harbour, which is hopefully an area for future development. And so while there may be something in what you say, for the reasons that I've outlined, and I hope not too controversially, I believe that those sort of decisions should be left for a future generation.
Sounds like all the reasons not to do anything about climate change. But, I'm sorry to say, Paul, because if we're going to deal with it, I mean, we're getting forests planted in the back blocks of our district to deal with the carbon emissions of New Zealand. So trying to deal with it at source is something that's just not happening nationally. And I support the idea of actually sheeting home to individual districts the carbon emissions issue that they need to deal with their own on a much more local basis. But anyway, it was an attempt to be more strategic, which is what you were asking for. But anyway, that's going to be obviously a bit more subjective. Councillor Hopkins.
I'm sorry, can I just interject and say that I feel hugely encouraged by what you just said, but I read the Forrester Heights papers and I didn't pick up on what you're now saying, that it might be part of a wider climate change strategy. If it was part of a wider strategy and something that was well thought through and supported, then my position might be different. But the submissions I've made to you today, I'm sorry, are based around what I have picked up myself, not only in relation to this issue, but also in relation to other decisions and plans that the council have made or not made for that matter.
Okay, no, fair comment. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you for the submission. I note your comments on Three Waters. We won't debate them today. I would be interested in hearing your views at some other time. You just said a moment ago that the piece of land is immediately adjacent to the Cape Wombrel Reserve and would fit in with it. It's also immediately adjacent to a developed residential area on its western boundary and immediately adjacent to a large rest home on its northern boundary. Would it fit in with either or both of those?
Of course not, because the issue is a greater purpose. Now, from the point of view, again, of climate change, I don't see either of those matters that you've just referred to as even being remotely relevant. This is steep land. As I said, I'm a local resident. I know the land. I use the Cape Wombrau Reserve frequently. And I repeat my position. I believe it would fit in extremely well with the current reserve. As for it being useful for residential purposes, look, one residential proposal already has failed. It is steep land, I say again. Frankly, I would be looking for, if it had a residential purpose, truly had a residential purpose, I would be expecting that it was something which might be developed for low-cost housing. And obviously that's not the case, given its locality and given its topography.
Okay, thank you very much. One more, Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, quick question. Thank you, Paul, for your submission. In number 3 in your written submission, you say that you bought a house immediately above Forrester Heights 3.5 years ago. I watched the development of the reserve over the years with admiration and appreciation. Is that referring to Forrester Heights, or is that referring to the wider Cape Wombrau property?
Oh, no, sorry. I've never regarded Forrester Heights as part of the reserve because it just simply isn't. I'm talking about the wider Cape Wombrau Reserve. The council has obviously put a lot of effort into planting that out. Despite the size of the reserve and the council's limited assets and so forth, I believe that the reserve has been well cared for and well looked after, and that's reflected in the increased use that I see.
Thank you, Paul, for clarifying. I personally use the Cape Wombrau Reserve on a regular basis as well, and I feel there's a lot of work, extra work to be done there in terms of controlling wilding pines growing amongst the natives. And do you think there should be more effort should be put into actually improving the 27 hectares of the Cape Wombrau rather than the 2.7 hectares of Forrester Heights?
Look, I'm sorry, I see this very simply. They're not making any more land, and they're certainly not making any more land adjacent to the Cape Wombrau Reserve. What you say is quite correct. The current reserve could do with further investment and maintenance and so forth is always an issue. And yes, it is a big reserve given the size of Oamaru. But I've made the point in my written submissions, Oamaru is clearly going to grow. It's growing now. And I see this Forrester Heights property as being a classic area that should be retained for future purposes. If it's worth selling now from an investment point of view, then logically, presumably, it will be that much more valuable for a future generation.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Paul. I think you joined us from the wilds of the West Coast, so thank you for zooming in from there. Appreciate your submission and your comments, and thank you for taking the time to do it.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. All right, councillors, before any of you or anyone else reminds me, it's 12 o'clock and lunchtime. It's 12 o'clock and lunchtime. So we'll be back at 12:30 and carry on with submissions from there.
Don't move it because it's in a particular position where
It'll go red. So when you finish talking or when someone else is talking, you have to
Recording in progress.
Now, this will be a very speedy effort. And as long as the bell goes, enough time for me to move on to the next one. Hello, Bill. I'm sorry, I haven't met you. And how are you, Mel?
I'm good, yourself.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, you're going to want to go live and we don't have a quorum. You need to ask a question because it's for the
Yep.
Yes.
We have the councillors coming back to the chamber.
Okay, welcome back. We've got a couple of councillors still making their way into the room, and Mayor Kircher will be joining us shortly. But next up, we have Helen Stead. Welcome, Helen. And we'll take your submissions as read. You've got 15 minutes. Just put your microphone on whenever you're ready to speak. You can start the microphone.
Yes, you can start now.
Right. Good grief. It's a bit of a shock, isn't it, to the system when you see it up there?
So Helen, you can start now.
Do you need to send it to who are the people?
We've got your submission. You can start now.
Oh, yes, there you go. Can I? Yes. Right. Well, kia ora, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing this time. I have brought a lot of material with me, and I'm covering three aspects. One, my personal view and involvement over the years. Two, with the North Otago Valley Settlers Association. And the third, and that I now have set up a company, Oamaru Heritage Tours Limited. So I'll be talking about tours as well. Now, it happens that I was a councillor back in the time when this decision was made, whereby the Forrester Heights should be changed, and I opposed it at that time. It was not popular with my colleagues, unfortunately, but obviously the public, I'm pleased to see the numbers are so good now. And arguing from the personal point of view, I'm fascinated by the history. I argue that, in fact, that is along with Cape Wanbrow, and that it represents, it tells the story of Oamaru and how it's been laid out. Now, I've got maps as well here, and the one in particular is this one, which you will have all seen. And I consider that the way in which we went from just a planet Earth into being a town here is millions of years, and I've got 3 more minutes probably. But I rush it forward very quickly. I flew to Wellington with 2 other people, and we opposed it at that time. But obviously, I was only one voice against the majority of the council at that time. However, I hope that you will all be aware that when the town was laid out, it was designed by John Turnbull Thompson, who had been the Surveyor General in Malaysia, And he laid out Singapore, Penang, and then came to New Zealand in 1856. And he laid out Oamaru and Invercargill and was responsible for measuring all distances, both in height and distance, across the whole of Otago and Southland. So that sped up. Sealers and whalers, Captain Cook went past in 1770, and mapping became very important. Then we come forward. I know Holmes's Wharf, if you will think of it coming down the hill there. I have brought, I haven't actually brought the very big map that I have, but the information on that map at that time, it points out, where have I get the right one? I have got too many fingers. Here we are. I didn't want this to happen. Here we are. The borough, it was reprinted several times, was proclaimed as a borough in April 3rd, 1866. The population at that time was 1,367. And that's the point as well, in that Oamaru at one stage was, we only had just a few tents down on the waterfront essentially, and otherwise the traffic was in and out. This was the flat area here. The glacial retreat had occurred when the central area and the southern Alps were pushed up out of the ground, and there's a marvelous topographical photograph down in Harbour Street. But just going on about this, the one I've got was printed in 1935, and by that time the population had reached 9,000. Now we've skipped past because there's a huge gap. As I say, from just a tent, within 20 years, the town had a population of 5,000, which was the same population level at that time of Los Angeles. Now, Los Angeles is about 3 million, and I'm not sure who thought that Oamaru would be really great, but the very fact is now that the way we are built, our cultural heritage, and there are 8 aspects, these are the arguments that I took to Wellington as well. And I must, where are we? Scientific, no, this is the planet Earth Gondwana land, the land floating out, and the moas and other flightless birds or animals, obviously, and the whole it all moved down to this part where we're on parallel 45 for the Waitaki district. And that's been used many times as well, is that you're halfway between the equator and the South Pole, so that when we get visitors to the town, they can fit themselves as to where they are in the world. Then after for Maori settlement, and I have a book here which has been written by an Oamaru man, and if you want to buy that now, it's about $150 or $200. And that's Lindsay Buick, who wrote about, and up until very recently, wrote about the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840. And he was the go-to man that you would speak to about that. And I must leap forward the others: natural, historic, cultural, recreational, social, economic, and scenic. That's 8 aspects. Now, I'm flitting back and forth, and I realize this, but I take and have been taking tours for years, and I know that all the tour companies actually do take people up to the lookout point. So I consider there's no difference at all. And my map shows reserve is written on both the Lookout Point as well as on the Forrester Heights area. Now, I'm leaping forward, and I see that the district plan is being reviewed at the moment. And for that, I believe we will get a lot more people who are replying. Now, back when I became a very new councillor again in 1977 with the Oamaru Borough Council, when they called for submissions, they got 9, just 9. And there were a group of us all said that was incredible that only 9 people wanted to respond on what was going to happen. And, you know, when we reviewed that, I worked with teachers from local schools and university, and we set up a questionnaire and asked people why they liked living here and what they appreciated about the town. And very high on the list, and I've got amongst this lots of photographs, but, and you know, we'll go very quickly. And my paint, this, virtually we were just flax and cabbage tree, Cordyline australis. And this, if you read the 1935, that for the centre of the town was actually on the corner of Wansbeck and Tyne Street, in that the area to that out here, Lower Thames Street, the bridge itself had only, it was built in 1860, and it was also designed by the man who laid out the town. Now, the other big aspect is that if you look at the town, we've got the hills all around, and then we've got the flat area where the town is actually being built. So that aspect of having the green belt round the outside came in with the Industrial Revolution, in which, you know, you can all follow through on, that came in with European settlement. But I've missed Maori because my knowledge of Maori is not sufficient, but I do think that this latest change in the government's direction is looking at education and being more local about it, that thinking about our country and where we sit in the world, fit into the world. And the aspects that you see, for instance, we have stone quarries, and I'll mention later that I was, the farm where we live, Devil's Bridge, has now got a Kui 2 trust over it, so that my life was one of working with, knowing something about the history of the district, because I was born here, Helen Jardine, and you'll all have seen this photograph of the reason why, well, one of the reasons, very basic one, for the wide main street, which is the flat area, and on that flat area, not only have we got a wide main street, but we have our garden and our public gardens, and they're the lungs of the town in the centre. So good afternoon. Now, on the way in which Oamaru Stone, I've said, is tied to the whole district, but it also extends right up the country to Nelson. Essentially, you see the old Parliament buildings are Oamaru Stone. The man who was the superintendent for building the old Parliament buildings came from Oamaru. And it's the way in which we have been a town that people have moved through. And there is a plaque up there for Shortland, which I know is now Shortland Street for the TV program. Now, all of the we can tell stories for American people in that the men's or European mansard roof. You see these photograph here. I can leave these for you, but I use them for the tours. I've got another to show of the world we do live in that, and you can connect with people absolutely everywhere by talking about Oamaru, the Oamaru and the way it grew. And you see, it's like, that's the first 5 minutes, is it?
No.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, left.
2 minutes left.
I'm showing you that one of the Criterion, which was built in 1877, and it was restored again in what, about 1970. I've got 2 minutes left. Good grief. Right. Well, you'll see that I've not leapt to the front yet, but I can leave the material because quite obviously I can't cover it all. And I do hope you'll wipe this tape when I leave, which actually is
Preserved
what happened to me
in the archive.
My 9 years. I would like to see the Geopark and World Heritage Site status be tied again to that, because Forrester, the name is very significant for Oamaru. I can develop that, but I can equally find plenty of other characters and places and connections with the rest of the world. I've been doing tours for 40 years. I've chartered trains. Now I'm receiving up to 90 people a month. That was before we had this last Delta breakdown. And I think I've had three tours of 90 people coming into the town, and I share them with the Geopark. I had to form a company for health and safety and for tax. So my years on council, 21 in total, and I've missed the heritage, the early settlers aspect. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Helen. Sorry I wasn't here for all of the submission, but appreciate you leaving the materials there, the ones that you can. I'm not sure if we've got any questions. We're kind of out of time. The next person is waiting online.
Right.
So thank you very much for a very comprehensive submission. Oh, wonderful looking group of people.
Right, yes.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Councillors, we've got Donna Demente on online on Zoom, so about to join us. So if we go to her submission, number 55. Still showing that we need to admit her.
No, she's joining. Yeah.
Okay.
She did come in twice, so.
Okay, so Donna, are you showing us have come through into the Zoom? So now showing connecting to audio. Right, Donna, welcome. Good to have your submission, and good to have you join us online to speak to your submission. So hopefully you can hear me, and do feel free to, when you're ready, just unmute and speak to your submission. Good afternoon.
Yeah. I'll see where I am here. Sorry, I've only done one Zoom call in my entire life, so this is new territory. Can you see me? No?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can?
it's a little bit jerky and
Oh, it's just moving around, trying to get around. Yeah.
yeah. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't be there in person. I've been around a few COVID positive people in the last few days, and while I've just tested negative, I'm just being cautious because I'm a bit snivelly. So anyway, I wish to give a background to my submission. I've lived here nearly 30 years, and I was drawn to Oamaru. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to organise some of the logistics at this end.
Yeah, so I was drawn here by three things that I think are all very relevant to this project, and I think they're all reasons that would attract many more people to visit here and to live here, which would increase the idea of endowment in other ways besides just flogging off some land. Those three things are the architectural beauty of the place, which is intact because it's been preserved and looked after and makes this a very, very unique place. And I think putting as the prominent visual backdrop to this area, a modern housing development really does ruin the atmosphere of what we've got here. I used to work at the Howick Historical Village as a teenager, and that was once a really beautiful place where it was surrounded by lovely ambience that felt like you were really stepping back in time. And then next thing, and now it's just completely surrounded by suburbia, and that entire feeling is ruined. And I think we've got a similar kind of situation here. It's whilst I think I thought it was very clever to put that map out where Forrester Heights looks like a tiny bit of it, but you never actually see that map from above like it is presented there. You see Forrester Heights, or whatever you're calling it, as the most prominent visual backdrop to our historic area, to the Esplanade, to the precinct. And it's so important that we maintain that integrity. And I think the only logical thing is to create a beautiful backdrop. And it's the same with how we've lost so much of our land, like the Hospital Hill Reserve. That was once a beautiful green belt that everyone on the South Hill looked across to, and even though they didn't walk amongst it, it was a visual amenity that made them feel like they lived in a semi-rural area, which is good for people. It's good for their mental health, it's good for their sense of well-being, but suddenly it's just being encroached upon by this massive suburbia. And it used to be an arboretum with beautiful eucalypt trees. It's the same kind of thing. So we've actually lost quite a bit of reserve land since I've been here, and now we should be talking, because population's increasing, about increasing our reserve land. And I also think there's a lot of mixed messages about the money that could be raised from this project and how it could next, you know, on one hand we're being told that it's a small amount of money because of all the risks associated with the geotech and everything, and on the other hand, oh, we could go and buy a huge hunk of land somewhere and to restore it to natives. I think that's disingenuous, and we need far more information before we can make any of these kind of calls. The second thing that drew me to Oamaru was the volunteer organisations, and they're incredible. Without them, we just wouldn't have half the things we have. The Whitestone Civic Trust, all the heritage and arts groups, all the clubs and societies. I trust them very much in terms of the group that have offered to look after this land. I think it's a given that would be going forward a very, very sound option, because there's lots of people here who don't have the kind of overheads they have in cities, who would love to have something to put their energy into and enjoy meeting and having the fruits of their labour part of that, you know, that integrity that makes Oamaru such a special place. The third thing I think that's drawn me here is just the wildlife and the natural beauty of it, and I think we should be doing everything to look after those recreational areas. Yeah, I think the risks that we face with climate change, we're getting 1 in a 100-year weather events every year in some cases, and we saw the disaster that happened as the observatory village was starting to be built, and we had that massive rain event. Next thing, there were mudslides coming down into Chalmers Street. So we've got to be very careful. This could be a very, very risky operation, and we're facing an unknown future which has a lot of risk attached to it. So we should be doing everything we can to just not be engaging with, you know, the small amount of money this is going to return could end up being a big liability. There's no doubt about that, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the points. And yeah, just really quickly touching on the maps. I mean, the idea was there is a lot of confusion even still about, you know, what we're referring to with the so-called Forrester Heights. So it was important on the map to show, you know, there's a large chunk of Cape Wombrau which is important and needs to be given full reserve status because it doesn't have that, and we need to do that. And Lookout Point, which doesn't have reserve status, that needs to be given the reserve status. So
not necessarily. We can define endowment land as a way to, be for the good of the people. It doesn't have to mean financial endowment. There are other ways around that if it does end up being a costly process.
No, take your point, but yeah, but what I'm saying is that that's the reasoning for the map. We also showed
I think it
images
would
which
have been
do.
clearer to show an image of the hill from down on the precinct.
Okay, I was just trying to explain, but it's okay. Councillor Hopkins, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Donna, thank you very much. Look, you're an artist. You create things. You said that one of the reasons you came here was the beauty of the architecture. You've also talked about a beautiful backdrop. At the moment, are you saying that the only kind of beautiful backdrop we can have is a natural one, or can a beautiful backdrop be the same or like the architecture that's attracted you here in the first place? In other words, can the beautiful backdrop be a consequence of human creativity rather than natural character?
I'd love to think that was a possibility, but I have no faith in that. I think what we'd be looking at here is modern homes, and it would be incongruous with the kind of architecture we're known for and is sacred to us. I just don't think that's a possibility. It's very unlikely. You'd have to have the kind of covenants that would be just ridiculous. I don't think that the kind of people who want to live in a place like that would be able to afford to build these kind of places that we've already got here. It's not possible.
Okay, right. Anyone else? Okay, oh, thank you very much, Donna, for taking time to make the submission. Noted your comments online with various forums as well. So appreciate the position that you're coming from, and you just really appreciate the fact that you have taken time to put pen to paper and joined us on Zoom. So
I think we've just got to look after our brand. We've got to consider our national and international reputation and what draws people here and what makes them think it's unique and special. It's so important. It's just critical.
No, agree. No, thank you very much. And thanks for all the other things you do around the community as well.
Cheers.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, next we have Jan Wheeler, and her submission number is 56. And Jan, you've joined us, so welcome back to you. Welcome back to the chamber.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Permanent protection needs to be established for Forrester Heights, Cape Wanbrow as a green space reserve for the public recreational use, as it's been for the past 150 years. Historic Oamaru Harbour, complete with Cape Wanbrow and Forrester Heights as a backdrop, is the jewel in the crown for Oamaru. It's authentic, historic and popular green space that local walkers, visitors alike are attracted to for its peaceful ambience, sea views, beauty and tranquility among nature and bird life. It also links to the Skyline Walkway recreation trail, which links our Oamaru parks and gardens to the harbour. Friends of the Harbour Group, locals, conservationists, community and school groups have already demonstrated their passion for planting natives and preserving Forrester Heights as a part of Cape Wanbrow green space. There is much local history to celebrate in this harbour area, which was the lifeblood of Oamaru and Waitaki district's economy in the 1860s and 70s onwards. The links with Sir Robert Scott's expedition are also another interesting fact. Vicky Jane from Friends of Oamaru Harbour has pointed out an Act of Parliament is not required to recreate a reserve at a cost of $100,000. That Forrester Heights land can be retained as a green space by asking the Minister using Local Government Act Section 140 and Reserves Act Section 14(1). Question, has this been investigated by Council? 2, should this cost-effective option be included in decision-making process for councillors? Reasons against Forrester Heights being sold for housing. Building development in Oamaru is booming on suitable, stable building sites with beautiful views. Forrester Heights green space does not need to be sacrificed. The Oamaru Lookout area and Forrester Heights are an ecological buffer that protect Cape Wanbrow as a whole, bird life, ecology, biodiversity. A housing development encroaching on this area will no doubt cause biodiversity decline. House pets, cats, dogs, and of course rodents will free range over the Cape without this buffer, endangering wildlife. If the land is sold to developers, the excavations truck movements on the steep hillside will create unwanted disturbance to wildlife and people for quite some time. I envisage with heavy rain downpours predicted as climate change flooding will eventually undermine and destabilise the houses, drainage, roads, infrastructure on the steep clay site, with possible deep underrunner ravines costing Waitaki District Council ratepayers money to stabilise in the future. In this Taylor-Tonkin geological report that's included, there's an Opus review on page 11, and it points to quite a few deficiencies in things that need to be looked at. It was also done in 2005. One thing is an underrunner at lot 9 that I noticed in one of the sections. The Opus, who are the government body, say that more investigations need to be required. I wonder what the cost of a new report is, because I think it would be needed. Worse still, the harbour foreshore below and Mr Andrews' tourist train track would receive more clay sludge runoff from the built-on Forrester Heights above at rainy times. Housing developments on stable land do not incur large infrastructure and staff planning costs to all ratepayers, and the future indemnity risks for council that are very likely with Forrester Heights 2.5 hectare steep clay site. In summary, if Forrester Heights were sold for housing, council and ratepayer costs would increase significantly in planning work, water supply, waste drainage, roading, paving, insurance, and more staff employed, possibly future claims against council by house owners with land instability issues. The historic Oamaru Harbour with the Cape Wombrau and Forrester Heights surrounding it is the jewel in the crown for Oamaru, and all the local people and visitors love it. I ask you as councillors to vote to permanently protect our tranquil Oamaru Harbour and Hill with Cape Wombrau and Forrester Heights as a reserve green space for the benefit of all our present and future residents to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. All right, questions, Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thanks, Dan, for the presentation.
Jan, if you can just turn your microphone off in between, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jan, for your presentation. And just a couple of questions to ask you. As a farmer's wife, you talk about the building and development in Oamaru on suitable, stable building sites. A lot of that land is land around the outskirts of Oamaru, which is good farming land, being chopped up into lifestyle blocks and being lost to farming. So do you think that's a better option than building houses on Forrester Heights?
Well, I was thinking of
hang on, Jen. Second question, then you can reply. Second question regarding Mr Andrews' tourist train track. Mr Andrews has made a submission in favour of housing on Forrester Heights.
Okay.
So just, yeah.
No, I would just say that I was thinking of all the land out of the north end on the hillside there with amazing views, totally undeveloped, and it's not great farmland. So there is some that isn't, but definitely if it's very productive, we need to use it for food. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thanks very much, Jan. I've just got a question. You talk about Lookout Point and Forrester Heights being an ecological buffer, but you're in support for it being planted out in natives, which of course would turn it into an area that attracted birds and etc. And all of a sudden it wouldn't exist as a buffer. So you've also you're missing a wee point there.
I was just looking at it today and I just thought it is a buffer now because there isn't a lot of trees there, and maybe that's the beauty, part of the beauty of it is leaving that as, you know, you don't want everything covered in green. And I also think the pine trees need to be gone off there because they'll grow over the top of everything and quick. So yeah, I agree that, you know, there needs to be space. It shouldn't all be just covered in trees.
Okay, any other questions, comments? No? Well, thank you very much for taking the time to come in and travel up from the glorious part of the empire that's Hampden.
The Gold Coast.
The Gold Coast, the Gold Coast of Waitaki, says the Wahimo Ward Councillor.
Gary, I did wonder whether the that other green space thing had been investigated by council. The cheap option of going to the minister to using that Vicky.
We haven't done that. It's basically the legislation that confirmed that it was freehold land, not a reserve, and endowment land, has also meant that it's not just a normal reserve swap situation that we would normally undertake. So there's challenges there. And you know, people have been critical that one of the options is try to make it a reserve. The reason is we can't say we will make it a reserve because we just don't know. If we go through that process, it might be Parliament might say, or the minister, whoever has to say, no, look, we've been through this, it's not a reserve and it needs to, you know, so we won't make it a reserve. So it's not in our, it's really just trying to be clear, we can try, but there's no guarantee that it will be successful. Yeah, but no, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan. Thank you.
Councillors, while we're on this part, we've got number 59, Liv McCone, who's now non-verbal. So if we can just go through to that one. And is there anything anyone wants to raise from that? No, okay. Right, hello. Afternoon. Is that Anna? Anna, yeah. So welcome along. Thank you very much for making your submission and coming in. Basically, yeah, we've read your submission, but feel free to elaborate on any points you wish to. When you're ready to go, just push the button and proceed.
So can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Firstly, thank you all for making the time and for providing this public consultation opportunity. I'm speaking in support of this Harbour Hill land being a reserve. And I want to start by stating that as a ratepayer, I was somewhat gobsmacked to find that the Mayor considered that this piece of land would sell for around about $1 to $2 million. It seems to me that that's a very small amount of money for such an iconic and significant piece of our landscape, of our harbour landscape.
Can I just make a correction there, because I've never stated this is what it will sell for. I've tried to use some examples of numbers pulled out of the air so that people can think, well, if we got this much, what would we do with it, rather than just say nothing. So I have no idea what the true value of the land is worth, and it may be less than that, and maybe more than that. All I've tried to do is give, you know, here's a figure plucked out of the air. What would we do if we got that much? And yeah, fundamentally, we want to make sure that we get something that's worth the while if we decide to sell it, that we can do something else that's going to be equally or better benefit to the community. So sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to correct that one.
It's a figure that you have stated a number of times to me, and I know to other people about it. And I think that if the sale of this land was being considered, that the ratepayers, that the people of the town would deserve to know approximately, rather than a deal being done and finding out that it was $1 to $2 million, because that is not a lot of money in the scale of things, given what other properties in this town are selling for. I'd also put that the Lookout Point is an immensely valuable part of Oamaru's visitor experience. People go up there, they have a grand view of the boat harbour, of the harbour. Your visualisation plans, the council's visualisation plans clearly show that the view of the boat harbour would be impinged on by housing there. There's also nothing to stop people planting very tall trees in front of their houses, should they be built there. If I was owning a rather nice home down there, I wouldn't be all that happy about having people gazing down into my backyard, and I'd be looking to plant. There's nothing to stop them planting tall trees and further impinging on our views. Again, Mr. Mayor, you advise me that the developers could put covenants on the planting of trees?
No, we would put governance on
Okay,
before we sold the land.
all right. And my question is, what power would those covenants give ratepayers, people living in Oamaru, over those houses being?
Full legal cover.
Mhm.
I mean, they're only as good if there's enforcement, but if we're doing something to protect the outlook from Lookout Point, as the owner of that, we want to make sure that people comply with the covenants. So they don't build houses more than a certain height, so that they don't plant trees, or so that they do plant trees, but ones that only are going to grow to a certain heights, to again screen the housing and still protect the views overall. So I mean, these are very viable opportunities. It might affect the sale price, but equally, I don't think they're going to be that unreasonable for an area like this, should we decide to sell.
Okay. And the fact still remains that those houses would be impinging on the existing view from the lookout. Is that a warning?
It's 1 minute, Val, but we'll give you a couple more minutes.
I also have concerns about the stability of that land, and it's been shown that there are underrunners under it. It may be that you're not building houses over those underrunners, but what guarantee as a ratepayer do I have that there's not going to be costs to me should those underrunners collapse and affect services? Housing. It's been mentioned that we need more housing. There's a whole lot of housing going into the district plan, whole lot of housing that apparently more than meets the highest estimations of population growth. I don't see why we need more houses, and particularly houses on our harbour aspect. If I may have another minute.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, you also told me that it would not be the quantity of submissions received on this matter, but the quality of the submissions.
Mm-hmm.
I put that there's been a very high quality of submissions received, 68 to 71%, depending on how you assess them, and that's a clear majority for keeping this land, having it as a reserve. In any election, this would be called a landslide, certainly by mainstream media. I'm sure that a significant amount of money has been spent on this consultation process, the community consultation process, and this is a clear result. And the council told us it would be fair and considered. The council's also spending a significant amount on the upcoming district plan consultation. If council overrides community wishes to have this Harbour Hill land kept as a reserve for future generations, to keep and create our harbour surrounds as a wonderful natural landscape, then how can we, as ratepayers funding these consultations, trust in the integrity of them? Harbour Hill as a reserve with no Forrester heights could be a great gift to our children's children, and surely this is a legacy worth passing on.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Thompson. And if you could just turn your microphone off in between speakers, thanks.
Thank you for your submission. As a councillor who can sit on the fence because I represent the Waihemo ward, my observation, and I accept the argument that there's a vast percentage of opinions one way or the other. But I have a concern for the people in our district who are living with upwards of 15 people in a 3-bedroom, 1-toilet household that we could potentially help if we can free up funds. Now, that area of land may be one of them, the whole raft of options. But the perception that we simply want to allow the fat cats to move in and put a glass box on the side of the hill, to me is more about the redistribution of wealth within this community so that we can fulfill some social aims. And yet so much of the rhetoric, we have a dichotomy between the residents up there, some saying we've lived there, it's fine, and others going, the place is going to collapse. So we've got some pretty hard thinking to do, and I don't think it should be characterised that we are pro or anti on any of these issues. We've got to weigh the lot.
You feel free to respond if you wish. Yeah.
I understand your point, and I consider that the amount of money that's being mooted and the obvious drawbacks of developing on this land, as I understand it, to develop on underrunner-ridden land would mean that the whole block would have to be stripped right back. There's significant earthworks considerations to be made and how that would be looked after and into the future. I worry that in fact the council would end up and ratepayers would end up having significant costs from that piece of land in the event of the underrunners not being able to be dealt with properly. And I don't see how that's going to benefit low housing development on a great scale, in fact on any scale at all.
Just a quick question. Have you seen the 3 geotech reports that we've put online?
I've seen the earlier one, the 2006 one, was it? If there's a later one, I haven't seen it.
Okay. No, they're been on the website where all the information is, which we've tried to provide as much information as we possibly can to have as informed a discussion as we can. Councillor Tavendale.
Thank you very much for your submission. And just you mentioned about the geotech study and around it being done prior to the earthquakes. That's been raised by a number of people, and that's probably something we need to talk about as a council. Just down the bottom of your submission, you've just talked about that final tick option. So after people have answered whether they support or don't, what the money will be used for. And I just want to assure you, and I'm sure the other councillors feel the same, that that's not going to be in any way changing what the answers were previously. I want to be really clear on that, because I take the point and the concern people have around the leadingness of that, but the first answers are without a doubt taken at face value.
Thank you, that's reassuring. The feedback form was not the best feedback form I've seen. It appeared to be quite heavily pushing toward sale of the land because it wasn't offering options for development of that land as a reserve or options that could be considered as a carbon credit system, as a beautiful parkland. None of that was discussed in the feedback form, and it appeared to be quite biased. So thank you for that.
Yeah, the carbon credit thing, the reality is if that was one of the chief goals, then we would sell that land, buy a much larger bit of land and plant it in pine trees, if carbon credits was the issue. So we didn't really cover that in any detail. We figured people pretty much understand the concept of a reserve, generally, whatever shape that might take. But they didn't necessarily understand what we might use the money for. So if we did sell it, so that was trying to fill that bit of a gap as to, this isn't money that we get accused of greed and things. We none of us benefit from this. It's all about what can we do for the community and how do we fund it. So anyway, that hopefully explains a little bit more. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thanks. And I was just a quick reassurance one as well. I can get the feeling of bias, that you think that we're a little bit biased as you have read through everything and discussions you've had so far. But you've got to understand we have to look at both sides. We have to look at the full picture and be reassured that we are looking at everything. Just because we're not just focusing on the things that are important to you doesn't mean that we're not focusing on those as well as the things that are important to other people. So we have to take the big picture into account. So don't think that we're not, okay? So yeah, just giving you a wee bit of reassurance there.
Just to finish off, quite over time, but that's okay, because it's been really interesting. The thing around the engagement, the level of responses and so on is an important one that's been raised a number of times, and it's a good opportunity just to briefly talk about that. over 900 responses is very good for this type of engagement. But if it was a referendum, it would be a terrible result because it's only 4% of the population have spoken. And in a referendum, you really want something that's much stronger than that. The responses have been great. They've raised all sorts of things, all sorts of opportunities of different ways of having it as a reserve, things you could have on it in that respect, and concerns and all that. So it's done what it needed to do, which is raise a whole lot of questions or pose a whole lot of issues and so on for us to consider as part of the overall decision. So great response on one hand, but not if it was a referendum, and it's never been a referendum. So that's something I just hope people can appreciate, that we will not make a decision that keeps everyone happy. That's the only guarantee on this one. So, but thank you very much for taking the time to come to make the submission and to come in and speak to it. It is appreciated, and a lot of what you say makes a lot of sense. So, thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing the results.
Okay, councillors. Jude, have we got next speaker? Yep. Okay, so submission number 58. Number 58, Ray Henderson. He made a subsequent emailed one, which is right at toward the end on attachment 13. To make the most of his 5 minutes, he's given us half an hour of reading as well to make sure. No, it wasn't quite. I was reading really slowly, Ray. Yeah, welcome to the chamber, Ray, and look forward to hearing more from you. And once you're ready, just push the microphone button and go for it. Yeah, good as go.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, I'm assured that you have all seen attachment 13. That's got my full submission. Just like to touch on a couple of things on that. Referring to the options, the questionnaire, etc. for a start, very poorly designed questionnaire, or depending on your point of view, a very cleverly designed questionnaire. We have options: make Forrester Heights a reserve. We have a questionnaire: try to make Forrester Heights a reserve. Why did that change? We have sell some or all of Forrester Heights. We don't have try to sell some or all of Forrester Heights. Why the difference? Also, option 2, it just says about selling all or some of the Forrester Heights land. It doesn't talk about, when you delve into it, about the council as a developer. Council could be the developer and sell the sections on its own, or we could set up a joint venture. Now, I was quite convinced that the council had taken that off the table, that they weren't going to be the developer, which sort of leads to my argument about why the hell is the council so hell-bent on selling this piece of land when they're going to make very little out of it. I mean, as a developer, they probably could make a bit more, but by selling it to a developer and not taking any further part in it, then council will be responsible for a lot of the infrastructure upgrades required. I'm sure the developer won't take the whole cost on themselves. So there's very, very little profit. The only people that are going to make a profit out of this would be the developer themselves, or in the future, real estate agents every time they flick on one of these high-end houses. So nothing for the ratepayers. So I sort of questioned about what is the policy, what's going on here, who are the council working for?
Ratepayers.
The misleading questionnaire, this business about, okay, please indicate your level of support or opposition. Left to right, as we tend to read, the options being below. Support is right to opposition left. So designed to confuse. The number of times I've seen people filling them out, about to tick the wrong box. I didn't stop them, but they realized when they reread it, oh, yes, that's the wrong way. So it was very, very misleading. Option 3, leave Forrester Heights as it is for now, do nothing. I don't even know why that's there, because there were some people that would strongly agree, try to make a reserve, strongly agree, leave Forrester Heights as it is, do nothing. So they tick both. Where does that figure in the scheme of things? So as I say, all very confusing. Anyway, I'll expand on that's as I said, I don't like the booklet, the questionnaire, all very badly designed, all designed to confuse. Fortunately, overall, it still seems to be seen that most people want a reserve. Thank goodness. Defining endowment, right? Clearly, an endowment is to be preserved. You don't make money out of an endowment by selling the endowment. You make money out of an endowment by getting some sort of investment of it. And that's how endowments are meant to work. Emphasise pastoral views in an urban environment are essential to our well-being. I won't make any further comment on stability at this stage until I see an up-to-date geotechnical report. The one that council has supplied on their website is 2009, which is prior to the Christchurch earthquakes. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not really, excuse the language, worth a pinch of shit. Right, rates. Obviously, the public in general don't know how rates work. They seem to think that all these high-end houses are going to bring a massive amount of rates in, and that's income for the council. I know, and I'm sure all of you people know, the way rates increase is by council adjusting the budget for the incoming year of what they need, depending on what projects they're doing. And that's how rates go up. There's nothing to do with a new house coming in and paying high rates. So that's not how rates work. But anyway, that's what people think. They think all these rates, all these increased rates are going to come in. I don't know how someone ended up saying that that site was going to bring in 870,000. Not sure how that worked out. The campaign, I've got there, okay, there was some low blows. I might just leave that for the moment. Although someone referenced this morning about the people that support the reserve basically don't want any development. They're against everything. They haven't supported anything. I can say that I was against Forrester Heights back in 2003, 6, whatever. I paid $500 as support for the Opera House, and I'm now against this Forrester Heights again. So I'm not against everything. We got the costs. That's what I was going to talk about, costs. Exorbitant cost for a reserve. I very much doubt that the reserve is going to cost that amount. But let's look at, say, the $5,000 per year. If Forrester Heights was turned into reserve and it was deemed it was going to cost $5,000 per annum for a few years to maintain, 15,000 Oamaru ratepayers as a targeted rate, 33 cents a year on their rates. Well, big deal, I'll pay that. But I don't have to, because the Friends of Oamaru Harbour have said they'll set up a trust, and that trust will look after all the maintenance and ongoing things if it was turned into reserve for native planting. Another thing on the questionnaire again, option 2, sell. If the land was sold, blah, 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 options. Option 1, make it a reserve. Where's the options? Reserve doesn't mean just an ecological reserve. A reserve could be anything. It could be recreational, as some people have suggested, having a luge on it. It could be educational with a geology centre. It actually could be sold and become commercial with a restaurant on it or a billboard. So there's lots of things that reserve could be turned into. So why weren't those options on this? So we knew where we're going. And what have we got? Okay, I think that's about much as I want to touch on for now, in case you want to give me some questions that I'll try to answer. So go to them.
Thank you very much. Again, very quickly, the reason it says try to change, make it into a reserve is because there's no guarantee of that, as opposed to sell some. It's pretty much guaranteed we would be able to sell it. The reserve status is not an easy one to get, no matter how many times someone down at the farmers market might tell you that. So that's the reason why that's in there. Yeah, the tick boxes, some people did get confused because they tick one thing and then talk about the other. And so there was some of that, but I think most people actually understand it pretty well and read which end of the spectrum was which, because I don't know if there was any perfect whether agree should be at the right or left, or and disagree should be at the left or right. So, but most people have read it and ticked, I think, the right one for them. But we've taken on board what they've said, as much as where those ticks are. Councillor Hopkins, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Makoto. Thank you, Ray. Look, I just want to go to the very end of your submission, number 7. You say it would be foolish just to say no to a proposal without offering an alternative, and you propose a compromise. It could be acceptable if the native planting went ahead and some housing just below the trees against Lookout Point, effectively on the paper extension of Avon Street. So do I take it from that you wouldn't be opposed to houses, shall we say, north of the notional road boundary of the Avon Street extension? Is that what you're telling us?
I can now say, after having watched yesterday and this morning as well, my view on the compromise has changed slightly. I would say the only acceptable compromise now would be a few high end, presumably, a few houses along Test Street itself and the access from Test Street. No access from Avon Street, because that will compromise that street, the access to existing housing there and the wear and tear on Avon Street itself. So I'd only accept now probably a string of houses just on the Test Street frontage and native planting above that, go right to Lookout Point. So I've actually changed my view on that, but it still would be a compromise of a few houses, whether that's viable or not, and then a native planting.
So it's the same compromise, except that you've now moved it one street down to Test. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Yep, thank you very much. With all the information you've already provided, there was a fair bit of stuff to consider, and obviously you've done a fair bit of considering over those 15, 16 years or whatever since this was first put forward. But thank you. Good to have you back in the chamber briefly, and thanks for taking the time to submit.
I'd just like to say, I just realised there was one thing I thought the council had touched on about changing from a reserve, very difficult to do, apparently, hundreds of thousands of dollars. God knows why. The council did mention about if it was sold. Now, the potential there is, okay, I'm not saying the trust is financial enough, but if it was sold to the trust, then it could be turned into reserve, just like that. Now, there's a precedent for this sort of thing, and that was the Hamden Sustainable Energy that got some land turned over to it for one of its projects. So there is a precedent for that sort of thing. So just something to bear in mind.
Yeah, and I think elsewhere, seeing wealthy people buy up land and actually gift it back to communities is certainly an example. So it's always an opportunity. So if you know a few wealthy people, have we got a deal for them? No, that's predicated on it becoming a reserve, them gifting it back, Councillor Hopkins. So, but no, thank you very much, Ray. Good to see you. Okay, councillors, next is number 60, Michael Sweeney. Just move to that submission, and he will be in the chamber in a moment. Okay, right. So welcome. Thank you for your submission and what you're about to speak to. I'm not sure what the slide is for, other than that was a concept which isn't the concept now, as far as, yeah. Yes, I'll be able to see that. If you just turn your mic on and away you go.
All right, good afternoon. This shows the council's plan from 2006 to develop the site. The plan was abandoned about 8 years ago. The council sought to sell as many home sites as possible on the hillside for the greatest possible profit. The plan shows 27 houses, which was later scaled back to 22, apparently when it was determined that it would be difficult or impossible to build 5 of them. This plan was abandoned because of public opposition and a growing awareness in council that the challenges of development on this steep hillside would create liabilities for council that could turn the project into a money loser rather than a source of revenue. As Deputy Mayor Hugh Perkins said in 2016, The subdivision would benefit only a few Waitaki residents and is, quote, not a risk that should be spread across every ratepayer. But the original plan does show us what a developer who buys the property would want to do in order to maximize profits, or maybe to realize any profit at all. Note in particular these features of the plan. Houses are built right up to the southern boundary of the lookout point, where they would block the views from that iconic reserve. The sole access to the subdivision is an extension of Avon Street that would block the existing access to numbers 2, 2A, and 4A Avon Street. This cul-de-sac is narrow and separated only by a fence from a steep drop-off. It is totally unsuitable to a big increase in traffic, especially hundreds of construction trucks. So that was the plan in 2006. It has been suggested that unacceptable aspects to the subdivision today might be lessened by covenants and developer contributions that would be requested of the developer. But each and every restriction would add costs and restrict the developer's ability to make a profit. For example, a covenant to keep houses away from lookout point or limit their height, or a covenant to control the aesthetic damage by reducing the number of houses and their appearance, or a requirement to provide access off Test Street instead of Avon, which would consume much more space to wind its way up the steep slope. If the council expense for off-site utilities was to be prevented, development contributions by the developer would need to be huge. The sewer line and pumping station at the east end of Test Street would require replacement. A substantial stormwater system would be needed to carry all the runoff down to the harbor so that the hillside wouldn't be washed down under the steam and rail tracks. And water supply would need to be brought to the site. All these costs would come on top of the on-site challenges that the developer would face to build on the steep slopes, riddled with underrunners. The Tonkin and Taylor geotechnical report from 2005, page 4, states that development would require all topsoil and vegetation to be stripped from the site in order to locate, excavate, and backfill the underrunners. Then retaining walls up to 4 meters in height would be required everywhere to create access roads and building sites. A developer will have to perform entirely new geotechnical studies to be sure of what would be required at this site under current regulations. All these considerations will reduce the price that any developer will pay for the property. The bids would be low, perhaps shockingly low. There is no security and no certainty with regard to covenants and development contributions. Maybe they will be imposed, maybe not. Maybe they will be adequate, maybe not. Sometimes they can be enforced only with great difficulty and expense or not at all. Once he had secured ownership, the developer would inevitably begin a campaign against restrictions and requirements that would affect the profitability of this development. This campaign would happen slowly, incrementally, and be entirely hidden from the public. Future councils would be lobbied behind the scenes. It would all be public excluded and commercially sensitive. To gain leverage, a developer might do some preliminary work tearing up the hillside and then tell council that covenants and development contributions would have to be eased if work is to continue. Or an actual bankruptcy could leave the council to deal with a bulldozed, stripped, and eroding hillside. So in conclusion, the risks of developing this hillside can't be avoided, nor can they be reliably shifted to a private developer. Hugh Perkins' warning still applies. This is not a risk that should be incurred by the ratepayers.
Thank you very much, Michael. Councillors, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Makoto. Thank you, Michael. Look, I'd like to make an historical clarification and ask you a question. The project in 2006 was not cancelled because of public opposition. There was public opposition, no question, but it was cancelled because of a clerical change in the description of the character of the reserve in the 1930s. What had been an endowment reserve was then described in the New Zealand Register as a general reserve. As a consequence, there was legal doubt about whether the subdivision could proceed, And the matter was ultimately delegated or sent to Parliament and resolved there with the support of 110 of 120 MPs. The question I want to ask you, so that's why it stopped. The question I want to ask you, and I wasn't on the council when it was proposed, but I was on the council when that was an issue. You've said it will, the development will create problems and have all sorts of detritus arriving on the steam and rail tracks. Would you be surprised to learn that Mr. Andrew has said that won't happen and he wants the development to proceed?
No.
Thank you.
Long question, short answer. Well done. Right, any other questions from anyone? No. Thank you very much for coming in and taking the time to make the submission and for speaking to it. I appreciate it. Okay, councillors, I don't know whether we've got anyone. Right, so okay, so number 60, submission number 61 from is a non-verbal.
Yes.
So we can go to that. Any comments from that? No. Okay. All right, just checking these other ones that we've got coming up. So we're getting through things pretty well as far as the verbals go, and I think by my reckoning we've only got one left to do, which is time for just under 10 minutes time. She's on her way up. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Wolstein.
Yeah, number 59. Just number 59, I think, is now non-verbal. Have we looked at that one?
Yeah, we did.
We did. Okay. My apologies. Thank you.
All right. So if we go to number 63, Catherine Shearer is on her way to the chamber, so it might be just a short wait, but rather than jumping around from document to document, better just to go straight to that and wait for her to arrive. Councillor Hopkins, you're very concerned. You're looking very anxious over there.
I'm just sorry. Apologies, I'll turn the mic on for the benefit of anyone who might be listening. Michael Sweeney's submission, I'm trying to identify, because along with a number of others, the actual submission that we had in front of us, and I can confirm that Councillor, my other colleague, Councillor Jim too in Palmerston, had the same thing. We don't have the submission he read to us.
I take it that he's filled out the form, kept it fairly brief with the idea that he's coming to speak to us and given us the more detail.
Right. So
no, we don't. We've taken notes. You've listened to it. If you've taken notes,
can we ask him to provide that? No. Okay. All right. No, it's fine then.
We need to be doing the in making sure we've got any information today that we need to. So that's where we're at. Anyway, moving through to submission number 63. So Catherine, welcome to the council chamber. Thank you very much for making your submission and coming to speak to it. When you're ready to go, just push the button on the microphone and go for it.
I think so.
Yes,
Okay.
all good.
You know my name. I'm Catherine Shearer. I live in Kakanui with my family. Walter and I came to New Zealand about 47 years ago. And we have two boys. They both grew up here and went to school here. Like I said, I started to think what I would like to do in my funeral. I would like to be cremated, with the ashes go my family decide. But I do feel it would be really, really good if we could have a tree somewhere. We all talk about needing trees, And I think the Forrester Height, or part of it, would really suit itself beautifully for having a memorial tree garden or park or whatever you like to call it. So people can plant a tree or a designated tree by the council, and later on have a little plaque with the writing who they are and from what time to what time, that so in future generations people could go and visit. I also think it would be great to have walkways, bikeways, seats there to bring a bit of life in it. It's not a dead place. It would be a good, really lovely, lovely place and a lovely taonga for Oamaru. And yeah, it's a nice place to be for all North Otago people. It's restful, it's beautiful, and yeah, it can be restful and beautiful. And the Forrester Heights could be really a wonderful spot to have something like that. It will suit everybody. It will give everybody in the community an opportunity to be there. It's not an exclusive thing. And I know in overseas, they have a lot of those parks, memorial parks with trees. And wouldn't it be lovely if North Otago would have one of those? One of the first ones to have. Yeah, and I think it would be great to be able to sit up there on a seat and looking over the whole beautiful North Otago and Oamaru and really enjoy the place. Not mourn, but enjoy it and say hi to a biker or whoever passes by. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And yes, it's a lovely idea, and certainly something we're looking at is natural burials and how we can accommodate those in our cemeteries, but also what you're talking about as well in a more broad sense, having somewhere like that is something that obviously people do welcome elsewhere. Yes. Councillors, got any questions at all?
Now, what do you turn it off? No?
Yes, if you just turn that and push that again. We've got Councillor Williams will just ask you a question and then turn it back on when you want to.
Just a comment, really. I'm just wondering how much you have thought into. I mean, it sounds like a lovely idea and you put lots of thought into it, but it would also, in order for it to be accessible by elderly and less abled people to get to the areas that they need to go to, we're going to have a lot of roading in place and of course tend to the areas. There'll be trees, but there'll of course need to be mowed areas around the plaques and things. So it could be reasonably expensive. Have you had much thought into that?
Sorry. I like to see it as natural as possible. Grow vegetation amongst the trees, which doesn't need to be mowed. Okay, there is the access for elderly and disabled people, and I know how difficult that can be. I worked with disabled people for many years. But if you have a good parking and good wide, well-maintained walkways with not too many steps and humps and stuff in it, it's actually most of the times not the problem. It's a problem when the humps start and curbing is here, and that's when the problem starts. But if you have good, accessible walkways, wide enough, that's generally not the problem.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's about it. So thank you very much for the thinking that you've put into your submission, and this is a different option that anyone's put forward. So it's great to have that diversity of thoughts about what land could be useful. So thank you very much for taking the time to come and see us. Okay, councillors, that I think. See you. That finishes the verbal submissions, I believe, on the right page. So if we can go back to number 45 on that second attachment, page 147 on that. We had a series of no-shows this morning, and so we just need to whip through those ones and make sure that we get through those. So Jeannie White.
147.
Okay.
So,
right, any comments from that one?
just a question again, you've got here a reference to Jenny White PDF, but nothing more, so.
It does go on to the submission. Okay, 46, Ian Coford.
Just around Mrs. White, just wanted to comment that there's been a few mention that what we've got up on the Cape there in Forrester Heights is very rare in New Zealand.
Okay. Ian Coford's one. What's next? Stuart Bowler. Keegan Wilson. Samuel Dawley. And Leslie Eden. Councillor Williams.
Just noting the paragraph in Leslie's one, that there's been a former mayor who's suddenly requesting to become friends with everyone on Facebook. I'd just like everyone who's watching this to know that Alan McClay's profile has been duplicated a couple of times. So if he is requesting to be your friend, she'll probably say no, or else you'll start getting some very weird messages from people that aren't Alan McClay. So he's not lobbying for anything suspicious. It's purely Facebook and how things happen on there sometimes.
Yeah. Could be some Nigerian prince with a lot of money to give away. Who knows? Okay, so that's that one. But yeah, it's interesting, you know, how people come up with conspiracy theories around what people's intentions are. Anyway, that's those ones done. So now, if we can, yeah, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I just a point of clarification with regard to the one from Leslie Eden. There's a reference at the bottom there again. I refer specifically to that cubist horror rearing its ugly head on T Street. How was that ever approved for a street with a distinct heritage flavour? Obviously, money spoke and everybody bent over backwards to accommodate the wishes of the wealthy. I mean, this is simply not true, and we need to give the lie to these kind of assertions. It's a business heritage zone, but I'm not even sure it goes that far up the street. And there are no design rules. So, I mean, the failure is in the plan that was drawn up in the 1990s. It's not a matter of anyone bending over backwards to accommodate the wishes of the wealthy or anything of the sort. And if people engaged with the process a bit more and actually argued for things like design standards or the like, and submitted on things like that, those sorts of things may not occur. But let's make it publicly clear why things happen, rather than allow this constant allegation that we are sort of dodgy, because we're not.
Totally correct. I've heard people say that's my fault, and it's like, well, I'm not quite sure how. I mean, yes, I'm mayor, and I need to take responsibility for a lot of things, but we're going through the district plan review, and that's the opportunity to actually change some of the rules that around what's allowed. And if it's allowed, people can get on and do it. And we cannot make up rules. we've got people who accuse us of all sorts of demonic behaviour, actually wanting us to make rules up to control people's lives. We can't do it. If the rule isn't there, it can't be enforced. And if the rule is there, and we're aware that something's happening against the rule, like the police, we can take action. Yeah. So, no, good pointing that one out. Rant over, as the young fella said today. Okay, right, we're going to go back to the non-verbal. So we're up to 251 to 260. So that's in attachment 4. And then, God knows how you, which page that's on.
There all appears to be one continuous page, actually.
But if you use the little arrows to go to attachment 4 and then go, you should.
We don't know what you're talking about with little arrows and big arrows. There's pages with arrows showing on them, and then there's the other arrows. Is that what you mean?
In GA's defence,
Yeah.
because at the bottom, you change your page by touching on the thing that looks like pages, and the arrows outside lead to changing that book. If a dinosaur like me can work that out.
Yeah, and that's it's. I know that's how it works. So, Mr. T-Rex. But anyway, it's on page 93 of 284. If it's one.
This, got an arrow, big arrows, they are your pages, and the little arrows, you can jump PDFs.
So that's the attachments or chapters.
Right, so you do your attachment 3, attachment 4, you do your little arrows, and then the big one.
So for those watching on live stream, we're just getting a tutorial. 251, which is on one of the numbers, page numbers is page 93. Okay. So we're looking at 251 through to 260. Councillor Tavendale.
On 252, just a lot mentioned the trek from essentially town up to the Cape or a lookout. And no matter what we do, I think that's something we need to make sure is entwined into our decision.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that can be easily accommodated, whatever the option might be. Yes, Councillor Williams.
Just add to that quickly, just that feeling of, you know, if it was to be turned into this development, if it's not like the roads that come with it are going to be private roads. Like I'm sort of getting that feeling like it's going to become this gated community, potentially, if it ever was built. But I mean, like that's nothing that's even been mooted. Like there would be roads that people could still walk on that would connect them to other places. So just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, the term has been used for being a gated community, but you know, that access is important from essentially from Test Street through to Lookout Point. So anyway, we've got so anything else 251 to 260. I did page 100, and you'll be in the middle of it somewhere. Okay, I'm going to go 261 to 270. Okay, nothing from that. Attachment 4. Go to page around about 100. You'll be in the midst of it all. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, 270 is was one of my favourite submissions. because I remember when my children were particularly young, they had a great friendship with an Australian program called Fat Cat. And this seems to insinuate that we're all dealing and living with fat cats. I thought it was a very good example of some of the conspiracy theorists that live in our prisons.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a few other things on that one. Just asking if the council money spent on feasibility study would be covered by any developer, and I guess that's part of the discussion. That would be part of the costs, and if we sold it, that would come out of the profit, if you will. And obviously, if we turn it into reserve, that's funding that the council has funded and will need to continue to fund. And just to clear that, is a zip line involved? My understanding is no.
Yeah, we need to make the decision. I mean, the money that's been spent on it, does that come out of any proceeds or not? And it certainly won't be a case though of selling it to someone for a set price plus they have to pay those other costs. That needs to be covered as any seller of a property would do. So yeah. Okay. Anything else up to 270? We'll go through 271 to 280. Just for those on the live stream, we are back onto non-verbals. We're going through in groups of 10. Councillors are raising any particular issues that they see, particular ones that they haven't seen in other submissions or haven't been commented on before. So it's looking at exceptions rather than all of the detail, but all of the submissions have been fully read. Councillor Williams.
I'm just saying between those numbers, so 270 to 280, there's quite a bit of positivity coming through on those ones. So it's quite a nice change from a little bit of negativity we've had for the last few hours. So nice to see some support out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else through to 280? We'll go 281 to 290. $291 to $300. $301 to $310. $311 to $320. Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mick. Just going back to 307, there's a comment there regarding tidy up the harbour. It's a mess. Walkways, lights, planting, designated plants, seal the pothole filled access to Holmes Wharf. So a few points made there which really don't relate to Forrester Heights, but comments that I think we'd all agree with.
Yeah, I think they're saying, if we sell it, use some of the proceeds for that. And yeah, went along there on Sunday and around the pathway, and it's had some good pruning and so forth of the bushes that was needed, but yeah, it does need a bit of a more general tidy up around the area. And the people who empty the bins need to pick up the rubbish around it, I believe, as part of the contract, but that was obviously not happening in one or two cases.
And I just comment too, thank you, Mayor Kircher, in terms of the lights around the harbour, which are a real detraction, council has considered, it's not something that's been overlooked, it is something in the council's mind, so I guess good things take time.
Indeed. Okay, anything else?
Very cheesy.
Yeah. 311 to 320, anything? Okay, 321 to 330. I know where I'm up to. I'm just looking around, making sure I'm not jumping ahead. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just draw your attention to 325 and a comment that was on that reinforced the view that maybe the silent majority hold that says, in my experience, only the anti-respond in these forums. Would a public vote at local body elections be a better option? Something that's been mentioned previously.
Okay, 331 to 340. Councillor
Eric,
Hopkins.
can I just go back, forgive me, I'm scrolling through these as quickly as I can. Just referencing 323, Grant Martin. One of the things I would like officers to be able to give us some steer on, even if it's plus or minus 30%, would be what costs might be attached to a predator-free fence, assuming we did opt for a reserve for native animals such as Orokonui. Now, I know that it couldn't be that given the size of that, but I would be interested in having some costings for predator-free fences, to be quite seriously. It's a matter that's been raised by a number of submitters, and I'm sure that Eric or somebody from Parks and Reserves could give us some indicative costings without going into too much trouble.
I just wonder if it's good use of staff time. I think we've got a few steps to get there. And if we did end up voting to say we wanted that to remain a reserve, then that can be something discussed then. And if not, it can be discussed as part of the Cape plan. But I just feel like that there's another step that some people have put up and other people have said, well, you know, that kind of level of fencing is also not what we want to see. So I think that's another stage, and it's just going to muddy the waters and create work we don't need them doing right now.
Well, I'm not, look, yeah, I know this is a conversation as much as anything, but if we pick up Bruce Elverston's point about costings and costs and benefits, then, and I take your point from earlier in the day about the range of good ideas, and there's a fantastic number of ideas here, and if we can capture, you know, even 20% of them and apply them wherever they finally might best be suited, then I think the community will have enormous benefits. And the idea of an Orokonui type reserve, in my view, as a concept, is a brilliant one. And it would be quite useful, even in the process of, even to assist us in the process of deciding whether we wanted to drill into that option any further. It would be good to know what it might cost.
Just if I may to respond to that, I agree that it's not a bad idea at all, but what I'm saying is for use of staff time right now, I don't think that that's the priority. And there's another discussion that needs to happen to see if it is a reserve, we go down that track, that there's another stage of that discussion. So I think it's preemptive, and I also just think it's wasting time.
Yeah, I have to agree, because, you know, it's not a case of what's the decision on this going to be, and that's contingent on it. It's something that we might consider either way, whether this bit of land is part of the overall Cape or not. the challenges of it is predator fencing is expensive, as anyone who's done it will attest to. And the problem that we have is currently the Cape is used by people taking their dogs, letting them run off lead and so on. You wouldn't be able to have that in a situation like that. As has also been pointed out in submissions, trapping is a way to go, and making sure that you're getting rid of pests that way, and trying to keep any pest numbers as low as possible. There was a great presentation by Doc at the Scottish Hall a few weeks ago. Andy Pawazinski from the Doc Warden, whatever they call him, Ranger, that's the one. It was part of a presentation there, looking at putting traps on Cape Wombrau on behalf of you all. Have committed $1,000 from the Mural Fund to actually help fund traps which the men's shed are going to build and we'll put on there. So they've got volunteers who want to go around the trap line and sort them out. So there's work happening as part of improving our biodiversity and making sure it's a more native friendly place. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I totally concur, Mr. Mayor. For my colleagues' benefit, having seen the pest-free fencing put round the lizard enclosures at McRae's, which incurred, I think the first one was something like 400,000 in the late 90s, that a predator-proof fence up here would be talking millions, not tens of thousands.
Okay, moving to 341 to 350.
Gary, sorry, I just want to flag very briefly 335, Jeff Armstrong, the retired architect. People have talked about McMansions and the like for the rich. He does say that there are very few visually integrated hillside developments, but he can think of a couple. Monopellet high-density examples, think Italian or Greek hill towns, or low-density environment-sensitive examples like Sea Ranch, California. So there you have an architect actually making the point that it can be done, even if it is the exception, not the rule.
Can I point out that architect also doesn't support housing being built on Forrester Heights?
Okay, anything else through to 350? Speak now or hold your peace. 351 to 360.
359 is another submission where the comments suggest that the person actually agrees with it being made into reserve, whereas I strongly disagree. So I feel like that's another one that's been misunderstood when they've filled out the tick box. I've got a note of it that I'll pass on to the governance advisor.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, they've ticked everything as strongly disagree. So it's not which end of the which end was the agree or disagree, because just tick them all. But yeah, again, it's acknowledging that we've all read the comments and we're taking into account the comments and probably take priority over where they've ticked. 360. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wallstein.
Thanks, Mayor Kircher. 349, I had to have a bit of a chuckle at the comments on 349 regarding Oamaru's CAFE citizens. Citizens against something, everything.
Yeah. And normally the caves were citizens against virtually everything, but this was a if everything.
Yeah, indeed.
361 to 370.
Just 361, whereas a comment around the seagull population. I just note that we have spent money in the past trying to encourage seagulls onto the Cape, and potentially doing work up on the Cape may not encourage them to nest there.
Yeah, it says that that's where they originally nested. I don't think they've ever nested on that bit of land, to be fair.
Yeah, we've spent money trying to encourage it.
And yes, we've tried somewhere where it actually would be slightly better. Where eagerly awaiting results. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, 363, the second paragraph, where exactly is the council thinking of a space in the north end that's similar in proportions to Forrester Heights? We're not necessarily thinking of that, but sites that.
Funny you asked that. On a bit of Google Earth searching, I found a bit of land that we actually own of 2.7 hectares that could have some gum trees cut down and actually have some natives planted. But yeah, we actually own some land already that could be utilised.
That question worked better in rehearsal, didn't it?
And anyway, but there are, we need to be open to other opportunities, whether we end up selling this land or not. A true legacy actually will be having something where we've extended the green belt of Oamaru and provided more recreational assets for all of our population, not just the ones that live on the South Hill. Anything through to 370? Okay, we got 371 to 380.
371 is another one where the comment suggests that they did support a reserve, but they've ticked it the other way.
Yeah, we don't, just for getting through these, I think we've all probably noted those.
Well, I'm noting them. I just want to make sure that I've got support for the understanding behind them, because I don't want to get past them on to the governance advisor and people don't actually agree that they suggest the other way.
Okay, I think.
It's not many.
Yeah.
That one, look,
you keep raising them, but I think the reality is, I think if it's obvious that they're supporting a particular position, that's fine.
If you're comfortable for me to put the list through, I'm happy with that. I just want to make sure I'm not overstepping.
Yeah, no, that's fine. At the end of the day, we've got what we've got, and we're making decisions on all of the information we've got, not on just which box they've ticked. So, Councillor Hopkins.
Well, this is one that I noted as well, and I'm totally with the Deputy Mayor on this one. What Ms. McTammany says on the first page is that she strongly agrees with selling it, and goes on to say lower rates, hard enough to buy a house at the moment as it is. Now, that's a pretty definitive statement on her behalf. The next page says, looking at the whole Cape, it would be sacrilege to destroy our heritage by putting greed over our children's future. It is somebody else saying that. It's not her. And it needs to be unpacked, I think. It really does. I'm sorry. Well, that's my view. And I share that sentiment with the Deputy Mayor.
Okay, 381 to 390.
Just for 383, and some of the kids mentioned it as well, around the trees and shrubs helping the stability of the land. Just when we do have the report come back, just noting comments that we've expanded on some options, not another, that could be part of one of the options that we talk about when talking about the reserve.
Yeah. I guess along with understanding how foundations can actually will go much deeper and hold as well. So you get that with either way. I think whatever we end up with, I think we want plenty of planting out on that on the land. Councillor Thompson.
Your Worship, this is another one that actually confuses me, because 383 agrees with selling some or all of the site, and then goes on to make comments about land stability and tree planting, etc. So, yes, people are all over the place.
Okay. I'm just taking the comments as I get them and taking them for what they're worth. If people want to contact the submitters and clarify. That'll be up to them, but I don't want to be wasting staff time on.
Is that appropriate to do that? Contact.
If they've given a contact number, then it's quite, in the past, I've certainly rung many people on various submissions to discuss them with them. Okay, 381 to 390. 391 to 400. $401 to 410. $411 to 420.
It may be worth noting, perhaps, for anyone who is watching, that a lot of these simply have agree or disagree and offer no further comment than that. They don't respond in any additional detail, so I wouldn't want people to think we were just crashing through them without paying attention to what people say. In a lot of cases, they're not saying anything other than expressing a view.
Sorry, we've gone past, but 409, just there's been a few mentions of horses and places to ride, whether it's solved here or another time, but just raising.
Councillor Thompson, what's your thoughts of a horse trail on that land?
Yeehaw! No, I did note it as well, that the forgotten sport in their eyes in terms of what we provide. Those cyclists seem to get in front.
Is that good terrain for horse trekking? Or maybe some flatter land elsewhere. Any comment on that?
Look,
the reason I'm asking Councillor Thompson is because he breeds horses and had a lot to do with them.
Look, the equestrian community is always looking for somewhere to ride that's basically safe in terms of being able to get their vehicles off the road and their horses unloaded. And they would welcome anything that council could do to assist their cause.
Thank you.
Just a comment, very quick comment on 410, Jan, on that submission. She makes a comment in the second sentence: the land is not vast in size and would not detract if built upon from the remainder of the Cape. And I did notice in a later submission that somebody did actually quantify the percentage, and apparently the 2.7 hectares is 8% of the Cape Wonbrow area. So we are not talking about a lot of the land up there. And I think that again is a point that could be reinforced for wider public benefit.
Okay, 421 to 430.
These ones it's a bit harder to scroll through these because they've got everything's doubled up.
Yeah, that's why I've seen that email out, just to alert you that we go through in teams and just to make notes. Councillor Wolstein.
Yeah, just 429, Mayor Kircher, Bernard Wilkinson. I think he made some very good points, and he's short and succinct and to the point. So I'd just like to say, well done, Bernard.
Yeah, I also would just like to, again, let it be noted for anyone who's watching. I thought Bernard made a very good point, and people have talked about the sort of pejorative nature of the comments about the houses and mansions and rich people and so on, all vaguely reminiscent of Michael Cullen's famously negative comment. But Bernard, with commendable Christian charity, says, just trying to find it here, he makes the very good point that an awful lot of people who've built houses for themselves then turn around. The community is plagued by luxury homes built on the hill will dominate the harbour environments and change its character. Bernard says the community is plagued by people who, having obtained their own home, seem dedicated to preventing other people building theirs. I do not believe the character of the harbour would change. That's a personal opinion, but it's a worthwhile observation in terms of some of the comments about houses up there.
Okay, 431 to 440. Yep.
437, and I don't know how relevant this is, but he's talked about the geotechnical reports only going down to the base level of roads and infrastructures, and that he would have essentially anticipated them to be a lot deeper than that. I don't know anything much about those things, but I'd be interested to know if that's a realistic sort of suggestion, or if that's not the norm.
Okay, noted. Anything else through to 440?
Yeah, and on 430, that quote from the letter that's published in the ODT back in the day makes the point. The then CEO, Michael Ross, confirms in that letter that the endowment status of the land was agreed in Parliament by Crown Law, by Land and Survey, and by the Department of Conservation, as well as the two main parties in Parliament.
Okay, 441 to 450.
Sorry, Gary, just there was something on 436. I understand the Waitaha iwi has a significant interest in the site, which should be well considered in any future decision. I haven't seen much publicity regarding this aspect. I hope the Waitaha iwi will put forward a significant submission, but I think it's correct to say they haven't, have they? I've not seen one.
I think when the early days of it being discussed, I think the late Wayne Stringer made comments on behalf of Waitaha Trust around the land. I don't know there was sufficient credibility in what was said, but yeah, it's certainly something that, along with the Moraki Runanga, that we need to make sure that we get some consistent comment on. So anything else through to 450? $451 to $460. $461 to $470. Councillor Wallstein.
Just on one there, Mayor Cooch, which I just flicked past, but I was trying to get back to it quickly, refer to once again to, the 466. Refers once again to public transport, and I think we've made the point that public transport is the realm of the Otago Regional Council, not Waitaki District Council. So just to make that clarification that it's not something within our powers.
Yeah, but certainly something we are talking to them about and encouraging them. The latest update on that was talking to the chair was that it was too late for inclusion in their current annual plan and we'd need to go back to them. But I think I certainly hope our representative on the Regional Transport Committee is very aware that that's a big important step in the way is supporting public transport in that. So we won't delve any deeper at the moment into that one. 471 to 480. Yeah, some of them are catching up still. 481 to 490. $491 to $500.
Just on 494 there, where they mentioned the vested interest of he's put the Harbour Hill Trust. I just think it's probably worth mentioning we probably all have a bit of a vested interest, and regardless of what happens from now on, I hope we can all work together.
Somebody else along the way, Kevin Hurst, asked for it to be a referendum issue at the elections.
That's already been noted. 501 to 510. $511 to $520. Yeah, I'm not even going near those arrows at the bottom, just scrolling across the screen.
Fingers need a 5-minute break.
Yes.
I was just going to check that.
I'll have ice to your fingers.
Yeah. No resilience in this generation. Okay.
What generation are we talking?
I don't know, the one's complaining, I think. 521 to, I'm referring to councillors, just to be clear on that. 521 to 530.
Sorry, can I go 515?
No.
Sorry, please.
Councillor Williams.
Oh, just on 515, I just want to highlight some of the confusion that we are faced with here. Like 515, the lovely lady Constantine Graff has mentioned that when she was a child, she got to walk around Cape Wombow lots almost every morning. I understand we need housing, but the Cape Wombow should be left for the public, not for profit. So just some confusion about what piece of land we're talking about.
Yeah, it does make it sound like thinks it's the whole Cape, which one or two do and so on. So, there's still that, not lack of clarity, but that's certainly how I read it. Councillor Tavendale.
Again, I don't know that they actually misunderstood as much as they may have just used the wrong terminology, because they're attaching it to a questionnaire that's actually quite clearly pointing that out. So I just think we've got to be careful that we don't jump to the conclusion that they don't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, we don't know what they have seen because there was a lot of just the forms printed out, not the full booklet. So,
we also don't know what they haven't seen.
No, we don't, and that's where we have to make some assumptions along the way. And when they refer, if they've seen the booklet and they're referring to Cape Wombow, one would think, well, that is the large part of the reserve because that's in the booklet, what we've called it. But unless someone wants to ring them person up, we'll just take it in whatever way we think that it's most appropriate, or what we think is intended.
Just 532, Mayor Kircher, and just comment made there about other reserves need to be upgraded. Forrester Heights isn't the only thing around town. Glen Warren Reserve, also parts of the Glen Warren Reserve could be developed while still retaining a sizable reserve area. And that was a comment made in our spatial plan that was misunderstood by the public.
Yeah, a comment we didn't make very well. Okay, anything else through to 540? Okay. Through to 550, Councillor Hopkins.
Oh, just getting to 538. Again, the ambiguity or comment there. The council doesn't need any more money. Rates are too high. Consent's criminally high. Well, yeah. I mean, if people think rates are too high, then they've got to accept that we need to start looking at other sources of income.
Yeah, and I took that one to mean that they think we should be just more efficient with what spending we already have. But again, take it as you think.
I was going to ask on 542, what are plastic freestyle tracks? These are the mountain bike ones. Does anyone know?
Councillor Wolstein, you'll be right to that.
No, I have no idea, but I could gather that I would think that'd be probably just plastic banked tracks that people can zoom around bank corners, but I've never seen one, so I can't answer.
Have you done a quick Google?
No.
No, just go Google. Yeah.
What's Google?
It's goggles spelt wrongly. Okay, anything through to 550?
Yeah, it's 549, Mayor Kircher. Just an interesting prospect there made by Mr. Ian Bradshaw regarding a public trailer boat facility in the southwest corner of the harbour to be developed with the money if it was sold. Just an interesting concept.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, through to 560.
If I can just get back to 550, Mayor Kircher, I support entirely Lenore Brady's comment regarding do not sell it and cut down some of the trees at Lookout Point to improve the view, please. So I think we'd all support that, improving the view from Lookout Point as a use for any money we might be able to find.
Okay, 561 to 570.
566, just confirming it's not just a PR exercise and we are reading and taking all this on board. And I think the submission available is a given.
.565 ticked all the right-hand column and then would like the Hall of Memories re-roofed. So it's a bit different.
Yeah. Just on that, there is a major issue with the Hall of Memories weather tightness, and it's actually deteriorating quite badly in the upstairs area, and being owned as it is, they can't apply for a lot of the funding that owners of heritage buildings would otherwise be able to apply for. So separate issue, I won't go into it, but I mean, just basically saying there is you've got some of the timber paneling falling down. It's a real shame because it's such a fantastic building. Right, what did I get up to? 571 to 580. You're allowed a break in 5 minutes, so we sprint to get through that.
Yes.
It just picking up on 570, we love our open spaces, don't sell is the message, and abhor the thought of new build of luxury houses for the elite. I mean, it is a kind of a recurring theme, and it may well be a legacy of that high-priced original proposal back in, I mean, at the time that the original subdivision was mooted, it was very much high-end. But there's nothing that says that's set in stone and that it would necessarily be like that or replicate those or simply, you know, generate McMansions, as some people have disparagingly called them. So, I mean, I think we need to give the lie to that sort of assertion that we're just going to cater for a very elite minority.
Yeah, it's I guess it's an easy thing to see as something that belongs to everyone at the moment, belonging to a few, and that's the end of that vision, as opposed to actually what do we use the proceeds for, and how can we actually make that benefit a lot more people than what that bit of land currently or might do. So yeah, it's trying to get that across, so that people sort of broaden out their thinking a little more around how can we best use that bit of land to benefit people, and whether it's keeping it in ownership or using the funds to do something else. 581 to 590.
Yeah, 585 Mayor Kircher is another comment made regarding also very early Maori Waitaha village, important archaeological site. So I don't know whether that is evidence that comment is based on, but to be made by others as well, of course.
Yeah. Again, I think it harks back to some previous statements.
There's no archaeological, I mean, I think there was a settlement there, but it was much further to the east, was my understanding. Is that as you understand it, Gary?
Well, I would have thought if you were having any sort of settlement on there, you wouldn't be building it on that slope. You would be building somewhere flatter and somewhere, you know, if it was a defensive one, you'd be building it somewhere differently. So you know, everything. When the giggling stops beside me, if you look at where people build houses, where Maori have had pās and marae and so forth, it tends to be on areas that are defendable and easy to build such structures on. Doesn't mean that wasn't utilised as well, but it doesn't make a lot of sense from that point of view. But again, it's a matter of asking the respective iwi. Sorry if I've offended your sensibilities around that, Deputy Mayor.
I was just laughing at that you wouldn't build on that slope.
As far as if you were building the way they built in the past. 591 to 600.
Not sure this is a case of architectural archaeology.
Okay, 601 to 610. Six 11 to 620.
And 619 Mayor Kircher, just a submission by Greg Webster from Top Flight.
Oh, TV star.
Yep. Birdie stuff. And Richie makes some points from his point of view, how the money could be used. So
Okay, time for a short break. So if we can take 15 minutes, we'll have a break, have a glass of water, and we'll be back shortly.
Council, focusing on the issues.
Right, welcome back. As we get back into the non-verbal submissions, so just a reminder, we're going through 10 submissions at a time. We've read them all, and what we're wanting is just noting any differences in comments and so on that we may not have considered in any of the earlier submissions, sorry. So we're up to 621 through to 630. Councillor Williams.
I'd just like to point out Gillian Davies, just mentioning in 5, 10, 15 years' time, those who have promised planting, pathways and promotion will be gone. Council will be left with the cost of maintaining of the reserve up on Forrester Heights, and the population of Oamaru will still be wondering why something has not been done for this area. Just an interesting look into the future. 625.
Okay, 631 to 640. Just a quick note on 635, slightly distraction from this, but mention of tourism. We've got the ED strategy, which includes the tourism review of how we deliver tourism, coming to the council meeting next Tuesday, the 7th of June. So that covers that in there. So anything else through to 640? Go 641 to 650.
Mr. Mayor, just note again the calibre of submissions from the kids at the intermediate school. It's really quite astounding how these young people can get their heads around the issue the way they have.
Very true. Yeah, 651 to 660.
Actually, just very briefly on the Elmer Intermediate School ones, I was really interested that this was a whole group of kids who are essentially doing what most people have said don't do, which is that we should look at developing this ourselves. And they were making the point that, you know, as the developers, we would stand to make more money. And oddly enough, reading submissions from intermediate school kids, I did find myself thinking again about the merits of that idea. So maybe along with everything else, it's something we can consider.
Okay, 661 to 670. $671 to $680. $681 to $690. $691 to $670. 700, sorry. My mind is slightly elsewhere. I was going to be making the comment that as I look around, I'm watching for councillors still scrolling through and to stop scrolling so I can call the next lot out. But anyway, anything through to 700.
Yes. Just I just note on 695, David Smythe is proposing a trust funded by the public and other funding organisations to buy the land. It'd be interesting to see if the public, along with other funding organisations, but it would be interesting to see if the public were willing to fund such a trust.
$701 to $710.
Number 707, David Atkinson makes some really good points, sort of saying that it's easy to plant something, but continuing with the maintenance is really important. I think it's a good point.
$711 to $720.
Just on 720, the use of the terms blackmail and bribe I thought were pretty wrong, and happy to strongly refute those ones. Sorry, and on 724, just the comment, which is probably something for us to think about around the timing and just costs, I guess, building projects going on both in Dunedin with the hospital and our event centre and things coming up. Just ultimately after this decision's made one way or the other, whether we look at timing and when the right timing is.
Yeah, that was a submission yesterday. Someone spoke to just talking about the high cost of building at the moment. That will rectify itself at some stage, but I mean, this process, if we decide to sell, is not going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be quite a process, which involves marketing and all of those sorts of things, and then there'll be a resource consent needed for the subdivision itself. The developer would need to go through quite a bit of work. So if we were selling, I don't think there'd be any building happening for quite some time. But yeah, but you are right as well. It's considering when's the best time to do any of that.
Just note 727 Mayor Kircher, Sally Ann Donnelly lives at number 1 Avon Street. So she's an affected person by the street, and just says, I support development of Forrester Heights. However, as a resident of Avon Street, I have concerns about the access and vehicle movements. So support with a caveat. So it's another nearby resident.
Thank you.
I just 725. I just note, I doubt we're ever going to, whatever happens, we're never going to make everyone happy. There's quite intense views on this matter. That submitter refers to those who are campaigning for Forrester Heights to become a reserve as privileged and selfish. So, I mean, there's some pretty harsh comments being flung around in numerous directions.
Yep, it's one guarantee. We won't make everyone happy. 731 to 740.
There's more proof fences for the streets.
741 to 750.
There's a whole group of kids there, Mayor Kircher, who from Oamaru Intermediate, who think they should be developed either by council or by developers. So there was a real divergence of opinions between the students from Oamaru Intermediate.
Yeah, I know we said it, but I think it's just been such a great project for them to work on as part of their curriculum. But it just is such a good lesson in civics and analytical thinking and so on. And they've all come up with different thoughts, and yeah, so that's been great.
There's one young lady in that batch who's writing. I mean, she seemed to me to be a fully fledged policy analyst, ready to advise the government department already. I mean, the English and the structure of the sentences and so on, as well as the logical content, was just magnificent.
Mr. Hope is thinking, oh, maybe a part-time policy analysts do after school hours. Yeah. Okay, 761 to 770.
Sorry, I'm back at 55.
So 751.
Just a couple of things on this one. First of all, talking about the dangerous African foxthorn and Warren Reserve, whether that can be a CRM because it sounds a bit untidy. And just around the RMA side of things, obviously any building that happened on the site will have to meet the council rules that any other building will have to do and whatever rules are covering that site.
Yeah, the box thorn issue mentioned briefly earlier. It's something I want to talk to you all at council briefing on, just to get a plan of attack about how we deal with some of those pests. Right, so we're going, anything else through to 760? Anything through to 770?
It's a wee bit of a general question, but just thinking obviously with the second lot of text box around what would you spend the money on? I guess if we make the decision to sell, that information will be collated at a later point so that we can make sure this information is not lost. Is that your understanding?
Yes. What I think it will do is inform some of the consultation we then have with our next annual plan or long-term plan. So, you know, we've got these proceeds, or potentially have got these proceeds. You know, this is what it might look like as far as what we could do with it, and get feedback through that formal process as well. So, yeah.
Area 767, I think it is. Yeah, Louise Ashcroft. I am strongly in favour of a self-funding native plant revegetation project. I mean, could such a native plant revegetation project indeed be self-funded?
I'm not sure. I mean, obviously we work with Forrester and Bird around the, you know, growing seedlings and so on at the public gardens nursery, and those being planted out on Cape Wombrau and elsewhere. I guess it's self-funding. I assume there's someone's got to pay for them somewhere along the line, because there are costs for materials and things, even if the labour is fully donated. So, yeah, it's already a way we work with community to allow us to get on and do things much more cheaply than if we just had to pay for everything. But it's not sure exactly what that model is meaning.
Yeah.
Okay, 771 to 780. $781 to $790.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just commend submission 787, which has a pretty reasoned argument for actually taking things slowly. I know that this has been on the burner for a long time, but it is a point of view that we also need to consider.
Sympathy for that too.
$781 to $790. Sorry? Some of them are slow. 791 to 800.
796, just, and as we mentioned somewhere else as well, around the money spent on Avon Street, they're talking about it being dead now. Whether that's a CRM or whether we need to look into what's happened there, if it needs to be revisited. Just it might not be necessarily part of this process, but it's probably worth flagging.
Is that the
$100,000 spent on Special Willow as a retaining wall on Avon Street?
yeah, so that happened around 2012, and I think a lot of us, as newly elected members, or re-elected in my case, went and looked at it, and there'd been a problem with the watering system. It just didn't, it got blocked up, and the willows needed to be irrigated, and they weren't, quite simply, and they just died. Didn't seem to be a good use of money at the time. So yeah, it just failed. Shouldn't have happened as far as that goes, but anyway, that was to be clear, quite some time ago now. Hopefully lessons were learned. 801 to 810.
Mayor Kirchhoff, another person saying trim is a good place to start in the area is trim the tree, start look at point, trim some of the overgrown trees. Would then have the view available for town as I remember from days gone by.
Yeah.
Part of the discussion in council briefing, I think, of yeah, how we are looking after reserves, or not, as is sometimes the case. 811 to 820. Just note on 805, actually, it says Dan Fraser, but it's Dan Francis, should be the name on that one.
Mr. Mayor, there seems to be a raft of submissions coming through, all with a similar thread to them. And I think the most salient point is that we're talking about 8% landmass of the total Cape Wombrel area.
Okay, 821 to 830. $831 to $840. Go for it.
837. I just wonder if the mayor and councillors are worried that they'll be not voted in the next election. It's pretty definitive.
Well, I know one councillor was, because at afternoon tea time, he said this is the most exciting thing he's ever experienced in 8 years on council. So. I'll just say I was a councillor. No, look, these things always carry a risk, you know, and like I said, we've gone into this knowing that we're not going to have, you know, everyone will not be happy with whatever decision that we make. Some people will, some people won't. Those who aren't standing again probably still worry as much as those who are standing again about what the decision is. So.
For the benefit of,
except Jim.
Sorry, for the benefit of submitter 837. A little bit of history might be salutary. There was a big debate about an aquatic centre in Oamaru. I wasn't actually here at the time. I used to come down here every year to do debates, and I was fascinated by the intensity and heatedness of the debate. But the people voted to build the aquatic centre. The new council was elected on the basis that the aquatic centre would be scrapped forthwith and ended overnight and disappear in a puff of smoke. And the new council elected to actually cancel the project altogether, voted for it to be built, and there it is now, and everyone loves using it. Here endeth the lesson.
Are we up to 8:50? Yeah, 8:41 to 8:50. Just let you know, it's very challenging to try and run this and actually look at the submissions as I go. Very, very challenging. That's not that challenging, to be fair. Oh yeah, 8:51 to 8:60. Was there anything there? $8.61 to $8.70. Councillor Percival. No, sorry. $8.71 to $8.80.
Sorry, just on 864, there was a comment around wildlife needing corridors to spread out so they don't become inbred and isolated, which I thought was an interesting comment.
Just 877. I'm just admiring the perfect handwriting of one of our older residents around town. Good on her.
Yep. Good to see a ink pen being used.
I just note that I think 865 is intemperate and unfair.
Okay. Oh yeah, personal prestige project. Yeah. Some people have some pretty strange ideas, I got to say, about what we see as valuable. I mean, to me, prestige will be whatever we end up doing. Whether it's making a reserve there or a reserve somewhere else, or whatever we use the funding for if we decide to sell it. Not the fact that there's a subdivision. But anyway, we try to serve the community, and some people just think we've got we're driven by ego. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, and just carrying on from that, the submission at 875, just basically calling us, all of us, corrupt, and that we're perpetuating inappropriate behaviour. As I was reading this, I just wrote a note that this sort of thing is so offensive beyond belief. It's not, our job isn't easy. We're trying to represent the whole district, and to have people that just sit there and think that we're corrupt individuals, that as a random group we're voted in and we join together to become this corrupt, weird kind of cult is very offensive to me. And I wish that people were a little bit more just realizing that we are humans sitting here.
Yeah, this is the one I probably took the most offence at. For a start, it's full of incorrect statements. As far as I know, when Alan McKay was mayor, he did not take any trips to China that funded by the ratepayers. I don't believe Michael Ross ever went to China, let alone got over there and adopted the Chinese corrupt practices that's being accused of here. And to say that president-elected and paid officials have decided to perpetuate this inappropriate and corrupt behaviour is absolutely obnoxious talk that I believe is legally libelous and is quite actionable, as you say. I didn't want this in here, but it is in here, and people can see it and so forth. It's in here so that they can hopefully make up their mind about it, but it's an opportunity to actually refute what's been written there. Just like we're a better society than this. It's absolutely obnoxious stuff.
Gary, I'd go further. If the law, if it is libelous, and in my view it is, then technically, because it's here, the council as publisher could be sued. And I would actually ask the chief executive to consider redacting some portions of this particular submission. I really would, quite seriously. There are allegations about third parties that in my view, should be simply redacted. Yes, they've been published, but once it's been drawn to our attention, if at the earliest possible opportunity, we have taken steps to actually redress the situation and rectify the wrong, then should anything ever come of it, that will stand in our favour anyway. But I'm quite serious about this. It is libelous, it is defamatory, and I think some of it should be redacted.
Yeah, I think it's a matter we'd have to consider carefully in terms of, this is a public consultation, and if you asking officers then to edit what comes into the public domain from that consultation, we need to tread carefully. I mean, clearly we need to be on the right side of the law, but equally we need to make sure that we're not exposed to accusations that we're editing people's submissions to this. I mean, clearly, what is being said in here is offensive and possibly the wrong side of the law, but it's not us saying it, it's us publishing the results of a consultation exercise, and the onus is on the person who said it.
The principle of parliamentary privilege may protect us too, because I think local government is actually has the same protection that Parliament does from that point of view. But I would have some anxieties that we may be perceived to be the publisher of the libel. That's all.
I don't think consultation process is any excuse to publish what some obnoxious dickhead has said, to be quite frank about it. But Deputy Mayor, you want to talk to this?
Yeah, agree with all the other comments. The comment I sort of seen here as a potential question was the issue of whom amongst our local luminaries has a stake in the present or future commercial situation is too devious and murky to follow. I think we can clearly answer that as being
no one.
No one.
Okay, anything else through to 880? Go through to 890.
Gary, just Business South one, 887. I have to say, having read it in detail again last night, there were only 17 responses, 14 members and 3 non-members. And I struggled to work out how Dr. Winder worked out that everyone agreed with him, surprise, surprise, given that the total number of people who want to sell or leave it as it is outnumber the number of people who actually want to keep it as a reserve. And that, and the fact that there's such a small sample pool, it's problematic as to the weight it should be given, but I'll just make that observation.
Thank you. Anything else? Yeah.
Going back to 878 Grey Budge, Grey makes some quite strong points here about the suitability of the road into the subdivision. So I think it's worth noting.
Yeah, proposed road, I suppose, because any potential subdivision would be, it probably isn't going to look like the one that was proposed before. Which, so yeah, it's very good points though. Anything through to 900?
State 97, Mayor Kircher, Julie Jules makes the comment about the need for smaller housing for retired people, which we've had made before, but just she makes it again.
Right, anything through to 908? Okay, we're on to incomplete submissions. So ones that either haven't got names on them or haven't actually had anything filled in on them and so on. So as I understand it, the staff have tried to follow up where they can and have got extra information, and that's being dealt with our previous submissions. But these are ones where hasn't quite happened. I do know one or two people that have made multiple attempts to go online and fill something out, and obviously hasn't worked for them, and it's logged in as an incomplete submission. But most of them have gone on and done a complete one somewhere else. Councillor Kangan?
Yeah, I'd really wonder why we had to wait through this lot. I know my wife had a bit of trouble getting her one in, and I see her name appears in here. And I guess there's a few either, have had obviously had issues, but there's actually nothing in there.
Yeah, I think it's handy for us to know who's attempted, particularly if they haven't succeeded and had a submission in, but that probably could have been provided just as a list rather than having the 2 pages of submission in there. So flicking through, I don't think there's anything that's really notable or can be noted from what's in there. So you know where does that go to? So it goes through to 1012. Then we're on to the sample of Facebook comments, which I recognise a few of them from having seen them on Facebook, and equally there's been more comments since which aren't on here. So probably I don't know if it adds anything extra. Feel free to say if you think so. Probably what I would say to staff, if you're going to have a sample like this, it's quite good to know who's made it, because quite a few of them are actually people who have made other submissions. So tying it into actually this isn't another person, this an additional person, this is someone who we have heard from or not. Attachment 12, late submissions. Quite happy that we accept these. So if there's no objection to that, we'll just take them as accepted. Right. That finishes the submissions. We've got the report itself, which people might remember we started the agenda item at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. It seemed a wee while ago now. So is there anything in the report that people want to comment on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, in talking to some of my fellow councillors at lunch, some of us have been on site at various times. I wonder whether it would be appropriate that we collectively visited the site prior to making any decisions.
Yeah, I do totally agree with that. The opportunity to have a look over it, look at it from the different vantage points, and also look at Avon Street would be very helpful. And yeah, to make sure that we're fully aware of the situation, so we don't sort of come into the decision report on the 28th of June thinking I should have gone and had a look. So yeah, we'll set aside some time to have a special trip up there, take a picnic. All right, Councillor Wilson.
Or you? Yeah, I just like to move the recommendation and make sure the council receives the information for consideration.
Moved Councillor Wallstein, seconded Councillor Hopkins. Mr. Hope, you want to comment?
No, I was going to ask the question about whether you wanted officers to organise that visit and make sure that you had some officers with you to answer any questions, or you were leaving it up to elected members to make their own arrangements.
What did you call it? That picnic? What did you say?
Some catering could be arranged. I believe there's a picnic table up there.
Okay. Okay, from here.
Just as discussed earlier in the stats, I've come up with 9 submissions that perhaps got themselves confused, 8 that potentially meant to tick reserve and didn't, and 1 that potentially wanted to put sell. I'll forward that to Ainsley. Happy to share it around councillors in case anyone wants to double check that. But I would actually like to see that come through in our stats that come back to us when we're making the decision.
I'm perfectly happy with that. Can we just, I think Paul made a fair point, and my own feeling is it should be organised by officers and they should be there to answer questions personally. Should be. That's my feeling. But that's what I'm saying. But because Paul's asked us, so I'm expressing the view. Other people may have a different one.
Yeah.
Was that should or shouldn't?
Should.
Okay. Yeah. The 1 or 2. That'll be handy. Yeah. No. We'll see how we go with this. Yeah, no. Councillor Hopkins has brought his high heels. It's not appropriate to go on the steep slope. I was going to say, if we're asking for a rejig of the numbers and so forth, what I'd like is also the numbers with and without people who are obvious non-residents in there, because I think certainly, my experience has been that many of them responded to the survey as a result of talking at the farmers market, and and many of them won't know the full implications and so on. So and they don't have the vested interest in being a resident. Okay. Anything else that you want to raise? Okay, we'll put the motion that we've received the information. I think well and truly received it by now. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried. And take the opportunity to again thank all of the submitters for making their submissions, no matter where they've come from and no matter what their position that they've taken, whether they've written a small amount or a large amount. It's all contributes to the information overall. we'll be, we're obviously asking council officers to come back to us with a more complete report around the things that we've heard and addressing a lot of the issues or concerns either way. And that will come to the meeting on the 28th of June for us to make a decision. Thank you very much for all the work that staff have done. So to the property team and to the exec team and everyone associated with that, to the governance team, including the EAs who have been helping direct traffic during the last, it was only a day and a half. It's all helped to make sure this goes through as smoothly as possible. So thank you very much, everybody. Our comms team as well, better mention them for all their good work. So thank you very much, everyone. I think that's about all we need to decide. So with that, declare the meeting closed. Thank you.